conservation. This year's theme underscores water as the strategic nexus of the environmental sustainability and economic advancement, calling for integrated innovation within the green and blue economies to secure a resilient and responsible water governance for our future generations. I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to the stage to formally inaugurate the proceedings and set the stage for today's discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them as I announce their names. It is my pleasure to invite the conference convener and director of the Center for Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, Dr. Mohammad Ishfaq. Sir, please join us on the stage. Next, the conference co-chair, patron of CREMA, and the worthy Vice-Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, Commodore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Sitaira-e-Imtiaz Military. Sir, please join us on the stage. Next, our esteemed keynote speakers, the former Commandant of Pakistan Navy War College, Lahore, Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmed Rizvi, Halal-e-Imtiaz Military. Please grace the stage with your presence, sir. Next, the Deputy Coordination Officer, Punjab, Dr. Ahmed Khawar Shehzad. Sir, please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Next, Rector of the Imperial College of Business Studies, Lahore, Commodore, Professor Dr. Nazir Ahmad Malik. Please join us on the stage, sir. One of our chief guests, Mia Imran Masood, former Education Minister, Punjab, and Vice-Chancellor, University of South Asia, Lahore. Last but not the least, Professor Dr. Iram Anjum, Principal, Kanate College for Women, Lahore. Please join this wonderful panel on the stage. To seek divine blessings upon this scholarly gathering, I respectfully invite Qari Ikram Rabbani for the recitation of a few verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله الذي سخر لكم البحر لتجري الفلك فيه بأمره ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون وسخر لكم ما في السماوات وما في الأرض جميعا منه إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون قل للذين آمنوا يغفروا للذين لا يرجون أيام الله لا يرجون أيام الله ليجزي قوما بما كانوا يكسبون من عمل صالحا فلنفسه ومن أساء فعليها ثم إلى ربكم ترجعون. ٹرانسلیشن سماعت کیجیے. اللہ ہی ہے جس نے سمندر کو تمہارے قابو میں رکھ کر دیا تاکہ اس کے حکم سے اس میں جہاز اور کشتیاں چلیں، اور تاکہ تم بحری راستوں سے بھی اس کا فضل یعنی رزق تلاش کرو، اور اس لیے کہ تم شکر گزار ہو جاؤ. اور اس نے تمہارے لیے جو کچھ آسمانوں میں ہے اور جو کچھ زمین میں ہے سب کو اپنی طرف سے نظام کے تحت مسخر کر دیا. بے شک اس میں ان لوگوں کے لیے نشانیاں ہیں جو غور و فکر کرتے ہیں. آپ ایمان والوں سے فرما دیجئے اے حبیب مکرم صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم کہ وہ ان لوگوں کو نظر انداز کر دیں جو اللہ کے دنوں کی آمد کی امید اور خوف نہیں رکھتے، تاکہ وہ ان لوگوں کو ان کے اعمال کا پورا بدلہ دے دے جو وہ کمایا کرتے تھے. اور جس نے کوئی نیک عمل کیا سو اپنی ہی جان کے نفع کے لیے، اور جس نے برائی کی سو اس کے وبال بھی اسی پر ہے، پھر تم سب اپنے رب کی طرف لوٹائے جاؤ گے. صدق اللہ العظیم.
Jazakallah Qari Sahab for that beautiful recitation. Now for the soulful recitation of Naat Sharif, a timeless ode of reverence to our beloved Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, I now invite Miss Mamoona Sajid to the stage.
کوئی سلیقہ ہے آرزو کا نہ بندگی میری بندگی ہے یہ سب تمہارا کرم ہے آقا کہ بات اب تک بنی ہوئی ہے یہ سب تمہارا کرم ہے آقا. کسی کا احسان کسی کا احسان کیوں اٹھائیں کسی کو حالات کیوں بتائیں تمہیں سے مانگیں گے تم ہی دو گے تمہارے در سے ہلا لگی ہے یہ سب تمہارا کرم ہے آقا اور بشیر کہیے نذیر کہیے انہیں سراج منیر کہیے بشیر کہیے نذیر کہیے انہیں سراج منیر کہیے جو سر بسر ہے کلام ربی وہ میرے آقا کی زندگی ہے یہ سب تمہارا کرم ہے آقا
Jazakallah for that beautiful and heartfelt tribute. May I request all present to kindly rise for the national anthem of Pakistan. Thank you all. You may please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now present a brief documentary highlighting the journey of Minhaj University, Lahore, and Center for Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, reflecting our shared commitment to academic excellence and maritime research. The film encapsulates our institutional vision, strategic initiatives, and contributions to advancing responsible water governance and the blue economy. I request the technical team to please play the documentaries for you.
The dream of success begins with a single step, a desire to learn, to grow, and to create a life of purpose. Minhaj University Lahore turns that first step into a journey of transformation and triumph. Since 1986, this university has opened its doors to curious minds and aspiring hearts, equipping them with not only knowledge, but also values, skills, and the courage to lead. Here, classrooms spark creativity, laboratories nurture discovery, and a vibrant campus life builds character and lifelong friendships. Guided by the revolutionary vision of Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Mohammed Tahir al-Qadri, visionary leadership of Deputy Chairman Professor Dr. Hussein Mohiuddin Qadri, and relentless dedication of Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mehmood Shahzad, Minhaj University Lahore has become a home for inquisitive minds and bold spirits. Minhaj University Lahore consists of more than 15,000 students, 700 permanent and adjunct faculty members, over 400 PhDs, 11 faculties, 36 schools, 16 research centres, and publishes 12 journals with one shared purpose: to create leaders who will ameliorate society.
Minhaj University Lahore, founded in 1986 by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir al-Qadri, is certainly a place where academic excellence and innovation meet discipline, character building, and altruism. MUL is a distinguished university of Pakistan committed to providing more than just education. It offers a holistic experience.
Officer who has held pivotal command and strategic appointments, he brings with him a rare synthesis of operational leadership and academic distinctions. Globally acknowledged for his scholarly contributions to maritime affairs and the blue economy. As the author of influential works on Pakistan's maritime potential, his leadership continues to strengthen the university's research vision and global outlook. Ladies and gentlemen, for the opening remarks of this conference, please join me in
their interdependence depends upon unified and strategic approach. Over the course of this conference, we will engage the critical questions that shape future of Pakistan's water, examining inland water resources policies and governance, explore community-based conservation strategies, and deliberate on more effectively flood and drought management in Pakistan. We will also discuss inland water recycling and water harvesting as an essential tool for sustainability and confront the urgent challenges of drinking water management in Pakistan urban areas. Equally important, this conference placed strong emphasis on the blue economy. So discussions on maritime pollution, biodiversity, conservation, and environmental threats to Pakistan coastline will highlight the urgent need for responsible stewardship of our maritime resources. Sessions on deep-sea mining, shipbreaking practices, maritime safety, and international maritime practices will also be encouraged, informed, and balanced perspectives that align economic opportunities with environmental protections. The dialogue on green shipping and emerging maritime regulations aims to position Pakistan within global efforts towards a sustainable and climate-resilient maritime trade. Ladies and gentlemen, water is foundation of life, development, and sustainability. So the choices we make now will determine whether water becomes a source of resilience or a catalyst for crisis. Let this conference make a collective commitment to foresight, cooperation, and shared ownership. I wish a productive deliberations and meaningful outcome, and I am also confident that the deliberations during the conference will generate insights that not only advance the academic discourse, but also inform policy, industry practices, and future research agencies. And the future research agenda will also be discussed during this conference. At the end, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committees, media, IT and admin team, students, and faculty who have worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. My special thanks to our sponsors include Karachi Port Trust, Port Mohammed bin Qasim Authority, Pakistan National Shipping Corporations, Maritime Research and Development Association, and Vitality. I am also deeply grateful to our collaborators and knowledge patrons, especially National Institute of Maritime Affairs, the Center of Diplomatic and Strategic Affairs, Blue Net Plus, Pakistan International Freight Forward Association, University of Veteran and Animal Sciences, Lahore College for Women University, Cranch College for Women, and many others. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you at Minhaj University, Lahore. May this conference be a source of meaningful dialogue. Let us engage the meaningful discussions, set new normals, and work towards a better green and blue economic future of Pakistan. I now officially declare this conference open. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, sir, for your visionary address and for setting the intellectual direction of this conference. Now, to present the conceptual framework of this conference and to introduce the Center's strategic mandate, I now invite to the podium conference convener and Director Krema. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Create sustainable pathways for our shared future. We are delighted to share that the conference has received overwhelming response from the research community, with more than 70 research papers submitted from scholars across the globe. Due to time constraints, 14 high-quality research papers have been selected for the presentation in our 2 technical sessions. Additionally, more than 15 keynote speeches, addresses by guests of honors, and a chief guest address will be delivered by our renewed experts from prestigious institutions, including Dalian Maritime University, China, National Water Center, Egypt, University of Poland, World Maritime University, Sweden, Malaysia, and Pakistan. Furthermore, experts from the policy-making departments, think tanks, and academia will also explore the conference theme in depth through 2 high-level panel discussions. We are especially proud that this conference has encouraged young researchers who will showcase their work through 40 poster presentations. These posters will be exhibited at Syed Alauddin Qadri Hall on day 1 and Ibn Sina lawn on day 2. I warmly encourage all the guests and the participants to visit these presentations and support our emerging scholars. The 4th International Maritime Conference spans 2 days of scholarly engagement and dialogue. On the first day, we will host 5 keynote speeches, 2 guest of honors addresses, and a chief guest address. 2 technical sessions will also take place in the same hall. The first session will focus on the sub-theme of the conference on marine pollution and waste management, where the 7 scholars will present their research findings. The second session will explore urban water management with smart technologies and water quality control, featuring presentations from the 7 distinguished researchers. On the second day, 5 keynote speeches, 2 guest of honor addresses, and a chief guest address will further illuminate the conference theme. We are honored to include a virtual keynote speech from the World Maritime University, Sweden. We are also honored to include, in addition to this, the experts from the panel discussions will also be conducted. The first panel will deliberate on the green economy through sustainable water conservation, and the second panel will deliberate and discuss the blue economy through sustainable water conservation. The conference will conclude with the presentation of a formal conference declaration reflecting our collective commitments and strategic recommendations. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all distinguished speakers, panelists, paper presenters, researchers, participants, collaborators, and the organizing team members. Your presence, insights, and commitment make this conference not merely an academic gathering, but a meaningful step towards sustainable water stewardship and maritime resilience. Have a nice day, have a nice and productive day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for articulating the scope and the strategic orientation of IMC 2026. We now move from legacy to leadership and to the series of keynote speeches. For the first keynote address of this day, I respectfully invite a distinguished Pakistani academician and a military veteran whose scholarly contributions continue to shape the future direction of the fields of AI, machine learning, deep learning, and information security management. Please join me in warmly welcoming for the keynote speech Rector of the Imperial College of Business Studies, Lahore, Commodore Professor Dr. Nazir Ahmad Malik.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad sir, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, researchers, and my dear students. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and a very good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to stand before you today at this 4th International Maritime Conference hosted by the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University, Lahore. I extend my sincere gratitude for the kind invitation to deliver this keynote address. We are gathered under the compelling theme of Water for the Future, Navigating the Green and Blue Economy through Sustainable Water Conservation. This is merely a topic of discussion, rather, it is a call to action. Water is the lifeline of our planet, the foundational element that sustains ecosystems and societies. As we navigate the intertwined pathways of the green economy, which is focused on environmental sustainability, and the blue economy, which is centered on the sustainable use of green water resources. Our stewardship of fresh water in this area becomes the critical linchpin for our success. Today, I will focus my remarks on the specific sub-theme of the technical session, which is the urban water management with smart technologies and water quality control. I'll explore the interconnected challenges and transformative opportunities that define this field. Coming towards the core challenges, that is the water scarcity. We live in a paradox where on our planet, which is predominantly water, yet the fresh water, which is only 3%, whereas the accessible fresh water is less than 1%. Rapid urbanization, industrial growth, and agricultural demands are placing unprecedented stress on this finite resource. The consequences are visible: declining water tables, polluted rivers, and vulnerable communities. The two primary sources of contamination demand our immediate attention. The first one is the industrial and agricultural water contamination. The effluents which are coming from industry and runoff from the farm laden with chemicals, heavy metals, and nutrients are degrading our water bodies. This not only destroys the aquatic life, which is a core concern for the blue economy, but also compromises the human health and food security, undermining the green economy's goal of sustainable living. And the second challenge is the urban water crisis, where the cities are epicenters of both water demand and also the wastewater generation. Inefficient networks, aging infrastructure, and inadequate treatment capacities, they are leading to a massive losses and pollution. So the path forward is of integration, innovation, and intelligence. Confronting the challenges require a paradigm shift from linear consumption to circular, smart, and integrated management. And I see this path built on three main pillars. The first pillar is sustainable solution for wastewater treatment. We must move beyond viewing wastewater as a problem to be disposed of and instead see it as a resource to be recovered. Advanced treatment technologies, which are ranging from membrane bioreactors and constructed wetlands to nutrient recovery systems, can transform wastewater into reclaimed water, which can be used for irrigation, industrial use, and even for potable purposes. This is the essence of a circular water economy where the loop is getting closed between use and reuse. The second pillar, which is very, very important, and that is the role of artificial intelligence in water management. This is our greatest tool for the future. Artificial intelligence and IoT-based smart water management systems can predict demand by using weather and usage data to optimize the supply, can detect leaks in real time by preventing precious water loss, monitoring quality through sensor networks, providing continuous data on contaminants. Then optimizing treatment, where the artificial intelligence can control the treatment plants for maximum efficiency and minimal energy use. And we can also model various scenarios which can help policymakers in understanding the impact of climate change or population growth on water uses. The third pillar is the most important one, and that is the public-private partnership in sustainable water use. No single entity can solve this crisis. The scale of investment needed for smart infrastructure and advanced treatment technologies necessitates robust public-private partnerships. The public sector will provide regulatory framework and public interest oversight, while the private sector brings innovation, efficiency, and capital. Together, they can catalyze projects that are both economically viable and socially responsible. Coming toward the regulatory challenges and opportunities, gentlemen, the innovation and partnerships, they operate within a framework of governance. We face significant regulatory changes and opportunities in water conservation. Outdated policies, the fragmented jurisdiction between land and water authorities, and the lack of enforcement hinders the progress. So the opportunity lies in developing smart regulations whereby the policies are made that incentivize water recycling. The mandatory green infrastructure in urban planning, creating markets for water credits, and establishing clear standards for treated wastewater reuse. The effective regulation must be adaptive, science-based, and inclusive, ensuring that the transition to a green-blue economy is just and equitable for all. So in conclusion, the navigating the green and blue economy is fundamentally about navigating our relationships with water. It demands that we protect our waters from contamination. We replenish it through sustainable conservations. we manage it with intelligence and foresight, and we govern it with collaboration and wisdom. So this conference is a vital confluence of minds where the researchers, the practitioners, policy makers, and students are there to discuss these matters. To the young scholars here, I would say that you are the architects of the water secure future. Your research in smart technologies, material science for filtration, data analytics, and sustainable policy will light the way forward. Let us leave here not only with the enhanced awareness, but with the renewed commitment that let us ensure the legacy we create is one of abundance, clarity, and shared responsibility for every drop of water. And I look forward to the enriching discussions that will follow in the technical sessions. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, sir. We are truly honored by your insights. I am pleased and honored to introduce a seasoned civil servant in the government of Punjab, whose leadership in governance, policy implementation, and strategic initiative spans decades. He is currently serving as the Deputy Coordination Officer at the Punjab Center for Excellence on Countering Violent Extremism, shaping impactful programs for a safer society. He was also a recipient of the Paigam-e-Pakistan Peace Award in 2019. Please join me in warmly welcoming for his keynote address, Dr. Ahmad Khawar Shehzad, Deputy Coordinator for the Punjab.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalatu wassalam ala khatman nabiyyin. Ladies and gentlemen, my honorable professor of my MPhil studies, Professor Dr. Brigadier Fayaz is here, and I would like to get permission from his good self to please start. Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, the real architect of this conference, Mia Imran Masood, Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Nazir Ahmed Malik Sahib, Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director of the Center on Maritime Affairs, distinguished delegates, respected speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a matter of immense pleasure and honor for me to be part of this very significant forum discussing the water for the future, navigating the green and blue economy. I would like to start my few words with a million-dollar question that up till now, in 77 years, why not the 290,000 square kilometer of blue economy of Pakistan tapped up till now? Why? So with this million-dollar question, I would like to start my comments. During the 21st century, water has emerged as a clarion call, transcending academic discourse to become a pressing policy imperative. Water is often discussed as a resource, but in reality, water is a system that connects food, energy, climate, ecosystem, and economic stability. Today, the global water discussion is no longer about discovery or availability. It's about management. The challenge before us is not whether water exists, but whether our institutions, economies, and developmental models are prepared to manage it sustainably. For decades, development followed a simple model: expand supply through canals, dams, reservoirs, underground extraction, and infrastructure development. This supported growth but relied on the assumption that water would always remain abundant, an assumption that is no longer sustainable. This reality is reflected in Sustainable Development Goal 6, which calls for sustainable management of water for all. The green economy doesn't ask us to slow down the development. It emphasizes to redesign it. When water is reused, recycled, and managed in circular systems, cities stop being endpoints of consumption and become part of a natural cycle again. Agriculture becomes more productive with less extraction. Economic growth begins to align with the ecological sustainability rather than conflict with it. The blue economy expands this thinking further. Water bodies, rivers, coastal systems, wetlands, and marine environments are not passive landscapes. They are economic assets. Fisheries, tourism, economic services, ecosystem, and coastal protection all depend on healthy water systems. This lesson is simple but very profound. Economic activity depends on water system, yet unmanaged economic activity weaken the same systems. Pakistan's economic tides are intricately linked with the flow of its water resources. During September, I also wrote an article in the newspaper on the water flow of Pakistan with the strategic data ranging from 1972 till date. And some suggestions were also recommended with reference to Tharparkar fiasco in Pakistan, that why not a canal can make this fertile desert of Pakistan into an oasis, just like on the analogy of Rajasthan in India and California Valley in America. Pakistan's economic tides are intricately linked with the flow of its water resources. Pakistan's water landscape is a paradox. Deluged by floods, yet parched by inefficient storage, as torrential rains and India's release of eastern rivers water strain the economy. But why not? It is harnessed. For countries like Pakistan, the integration is urgent in view of the following challenges. I have just mentioned here only 3 challenges. Indus water system is wasting 30 million acre feet of water annually below the Kotri barrage since 1976 till date. And this must be quoted in the white paper of this conference, I request. During 22-23, flood water of 42 million acre feet wasted downstream the Kotri barrage into the Arabian Sea, which must be harvested by new storages. Per capita water availability has declined from over 5,000 cubic meters in 1951 to below 900 only, crossing the global scarcity threshold. Water must be valued both as ecological necessity and an economic asset. Whenever overexploited, the growth becomes unsustainable. When undervalued, it is wasted. Thus, only 5 recommendations are going to be put forward before this August forum. Telemetry system, just like our Honorable first keynote speaker, Dr. Nazir Ahmed, has highlighted the importance of AI. Telemetry system must be introduced in Pakistan for interprovincial water distribution mechanism. Pakistan has a coastline of 1,050 kilometers. Sea intrusion involves only 5 million acre feet of water wastage, as alternate remedies are available for tide management. Just like on the analogy of Holland, which lies below the sea line, we can also construct the dikes and employ this rationally in Pakistan to save the 5 million acre feet of water. Pakistan's maritime administration must develop by shipbuilding, ship recycling, aquaculture, and maritime research. Pakistan must develop its blue economy, 290,000 square kilometers of extended economic zone rich in resources. Three-phased future strategy is proposed at this August forum. In the next slide, this is phase 1 from 2026 to 2030 to stabilize, modernize, and scale. And phase 2 is with reference to 2031 to 2035 to integrate and expand. And this has been put forward just keeping in view the paucity of time at this forum. 5 to 6 minutes were granted to me for this speech. So hence this phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3 has been designed, and it is put forward in front of the audience today. Phase 3 is 2036 to 2040 to innovation and long-term security. The transition toward the green and blue economies offer an opportunity to connect this trajectory. Ultimately, water for the future requires a shift in the mindsets from extraction to efficiency, from short-term supply to long-term systems, and from crisis response to strategic planning. Because water security is not only the survival, it's about the stability, prosperity, and the kind of future we choose to build for our next generations. Thank you all for your kind attention. Pakistan, Paindabad.
Thank you, sir. We sincerely appreciate your presence and valuable contribution. It is with great honor to introduce a highly decorated former senior officer of the Pakistan Navy who has served as Commandant of the Pakistan Navy War College Lahore and Central Commander for Navy Punjab. Renowned for his expertise in maritime security and strategic leadership, he has been a guiding force in shaping Pakistan's naval modernization and maritime policy. Today, he continues to enlighten audiences on maritime affairs and the blue economy as a distinguished speaker. Please join me in warmly welcoming Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmed Rizvi, Halal-e-Imtiaz Military, for his keynote address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, the eminent speakers, distinguished guests, worthy faculty and students, Assalamu alaikum. I'm really happy to be part of the proceedings for today, for it is going to look into a very, very important factor, which is the future of our planet, not only for Pakistan, but for the entire earth. The technical session 1 is focusing on the marine pollution and waste management. So I should be focusing on this particular aspect, and it has a direct linkage with blue and green economies. Controlling this menace, which has been created by the humans, have two broader thrust lines. Number one is the identifying sources of the pollutants and their impact. And secondly, how to prevent and manage this pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, marine pollution originates primarily from land-based activities, with major sources like plastic debris, industrial waste, agricultural runoff, sewage, and oil spills. Before we dissect these further in greater details, we should re-emphasize the importance of water for life. As you know all, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made this planet with 2/3 water and 1/3 of land, so that 71% of water becomes extremely important. And he tells us in Quran to find his fazl through the waters. The fresh water, further critical. Now, I'm not touching upon that, but as the previous keynote speakers have highlighted, and I'm sure the case study for Indus Water Treaty, which is, I think, our jugular for the future generations, should be also included in these proceedings. So we should, and the younger generation should understand what kind of water terrorism is being done by our adversary in the East. I'll now come up to the pollutants one by one. And first of all is the sewage. Now this is about marine, basically the sea pollution. How does this sewage enters into the sea is through direct drainage from inland towns and industries and from the ships at sea. This poisonous intrusion causes eutrophication. What is eutrophication? It is basically excessive richness of nutrients, mainly caused by the runover from the land. This in turn causes a dense growth of plant life, harmful algae blooms, and dead zones are created, and fish dies eventually, generally in coastal waters. The next cause is the deoxygenation. This is the process of removing oxygen from a substance such as water, blood, or chemical compounds, resulting in a lower oxygen concentration. In environmental context, it refers to the decline of dissolved oxygen in oceans and coastal waters, often driven by warming and pollution. The other cause is the foul deposits, reduced salinity, infection, and toxic residue. As by its name, it is understandable and very harmful for the preservation of healthy marine life. Next is the agricultural runoff. This is primarily the use of insecticide, pesticides in our agriculture, which later flows into the rivers and eventually enters into the sea. Pesticides are organically active chemicals which are used for killing pests. They are present in atmosphere after aerial spraying. In arable lands, the overland runoff of sprayed areas also reaches the oceans, and there is some intentional and deliberate dumping in the sea. These have a direct impact on the food chain, and these cause multiple diseases in marine aquatic animals. Higher concentrations can affect the marine growth and enhances its toxic contents, which eventually results in transferring these diseases into the humans. Next is I think one of the biggest challenges, or the most biggest pollutant, which is plastic waste. Plastic has a property that it doesn't decompose. The mass of plastic in the oceans may be as high as 100 million metric tons. Approximately 75 to 199 million tons of plastic waste pollutes the world oceans, with an estimated 19 to 23 million tons added annually. So this is the sort of amount by which our seas are getting polluted. Its consumption through flotsam by mistake, as it resembles the prey in the environment, goes into the digestive systems of fish or other sea life, blocking the passage of food, causing death through starvation or infection. Fishing nets entangle fish, dolphins, sea turtles, seabirds, crabs, sharks, crocodiles, and other sea creatures, restricting movement, causing starvation, laceration, and infection, and in those who need to return to the surface to breathe, suffocation. I now come to industrial or metallic waste, briefly touched upon by my colleague. Industries use different chemicals in production of their products or other processes, like mercury, lead, nickel, arsenic, cadmium, and so on. This waste can enter the seas through rivers or by direct discharges, through oil spills, through weathering of Earth's crust. Then the use of anti-fouling paint on the bottoms of ships and boats becomes major source of heavy metals in the water. These toxic metals can accumulate in the tissues of many aquatic species. When we consume such fish, it will affect our nervous system, kidneys, brains, respiratory system, which can even lead to death. Now I'll briefly discuss the most common pollutant at sea, which is the oil spill. Uh, just to highlight what is the extent, the worst of oil spill historic incident happened in the Gulf of Mexico, where a vessel discharged over a period of 81 days 600,000 tons plus oil, which was released into the sea. And you can well imagine what would have happened to the marine life with this. Pakistan Navy, as of today also, and I have myself personally conducted, there is an exercise named Barracuda, in which we have multiple agencies and multiple participants. Then we carry out exercise if there is an oil spill. So what actions are to be taken to minimize its effects? How it spreads into the sea is oil tankers washings and international discharge of oily wastes. From tank washings and accidental spillage, bilge pumping at sea, collisions or grounding around the ports, the accidents like fire and fuel contamination. Oil leakage from pipelines, the blowout of wells, disposal of drilling mud, accidental damage to offshore drilling rigs, oil spills mixed with urban sewage, silt, plastic, pesticides, and insidious toxic compounds are pervasive and complexes the pollution problems at sea. Then is the deep sea mining. Because of the deep sea mining, the removing parts of the seabed disturbs the habitat, which is important for the ecosystem of the floor, and it disturbs the benthic organisms. Benthic organisms are those organisms which are really clung to the seabed, normally crabs, mollusks, worms, and algae. And what it causes is that it causes plumes. And these are caused when the tailings from mining, fine particles are dumped back into the ocean, creating a cloud of particles in the water. So there are two types of plumes. One is the near bottom plumes and the others are the surface plumes. This is basically a spread of dust and it disturbs the entire habitat, which results in harming these creatures. And next is power plants. These cause changes in the water temperature mainly, and the sea life is sensitive to the water temperature. This thermal pollution from nuclear power plants and thermal power plants disturbs the average temperature. Now these power plants, what they do is they take the seawater for cooling their own systems, and after the use, this is again pushed back into the sea, and this is about 11 to 22 degrees higher once it is returned. What was the initial temperature of the sea? So this change in temperature causes and it leads to premature spawning, fish migration, lack of oxygen, and death of marine life. Next is the radioactive waste. This enters the sea through various ways, from shipborne nuclear power plants, from fallout of nuclear weapons testing, mining and processing of ores to produce radioisotopes, emission from the industrial use of nuclear energy, and leakage from underground nuclear detonations. Now, this was all about the pollutants, and a little bit on prevention and management. There are best practices which are being followed by the advanced nations, and we must, where it is applicable to us, should pick and choose and apply it. First of all is the stabilization of the ecosystem. It cannot be emphasized further. Reutilization, recycling, renovation, and recharge of the waste, removal of the pollutants, to control the oil pollution through skimming by spreading a high-density powder over the oil patch. It can be sunk to the bottom. Biodegradation, burning, using a suitable absorbing material. Heat can be removed from the condenser cooling water prior to their disposal into the oceans. Removal of phosphorus by electrolysis, adopting appropriate methods to remove heavy metals from the marine water. Radioactive wastes can be removed, reduced by the ion exchange techniques and precipitation of radionuclides. The impact of deep sea mining can be minimized or reduced by using proper mining techniques, creating awareness on marine pollution. Local communities near sea must protect sea management through strict implementation of laws by the government. Incentives must be offered for conservation. Industrial units should be equipped with requisite pollution control instruments. Towards the conclusion, I would say that for looking at the low-hanging fruits, we must focus on 2-3 things. One is to build a culture that we lack a lot as a nation, to understand the menace and importance of water for us. That is foremost. And I think for oil spillage, we can further enhance our aggressive ways to control this and putting penalties on the ships who are discharging pollutants into the sea in our seas. And I think plastic is one thing which can be done as a community. And the other important thing is that looking at some advanced nations, we must adopt those practices which are best in this particular field. I'm really thankful to Manhaj University for inviting me, and I'm very thankful to you all also for a very patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Rear Admiral, for your strategic and distinguished perspective. We are deeply honored by the presence of our esteemed chief guests. Please acknowledge each with a thunderous round of applause. Mia Imran Masood, former Education Minister, Punjab, Vice Chancellor, University of South Asia, Lahore. Professor Dr. Iram Anjum, Principal, Kinnaird College for Women, Lahore. Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus, Vice Chancellor, University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore. Dr. Nadeem Ahmed Bhatti, Vice Chancellor, Lahore Leeds University. Professor Dr. Farooq Bajwa, Vice Chancellor, Noor International University, Lahore. A round of applause, everybody. With this, we move forward to the address of one of our chief guests, a distinguished educationist serving as the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Asia, Lahore, with over 35 years of experience in public sector education and policy reform. Including his tenure as the Punjab's Education Minister, he has been a driving force in advancing higher education standards across the province. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mia Imran Masood Sahab for his address.
जी बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम सबसे पहले तो आई जस्ट वांट टू शेयर कि ये जो ऐनक है मैंने फैशन के लिए नहीं लगाई, मैंने आंखों का ऑपरेशन करवाया है, सो दिस लाइट एक्चुअली स्ट्राइक्स मी, तभी मैं यूज़ कर रहा हूँ. एनीवेज, थैंक यू कमांडर शहजाद फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी हियर. It is certainly my distinct honor to be here in such a colorful and galaxy of researchers, vice chancellors, authors, and all sorts of people. Let me just at the outset, I'll share a couple of my challenges that I faced as a minister. One of the biggest challenge was to give the charter to the Minhaj University. It became very tough for me in the cabinet meeting because, we were going through the 9/11 war on terror. Those were the times when terrorism was at the extreme. और उस वक्त जो मदारिस का जो था impression, that was very negative. और उस पे बहुत ज़्यादा काम हो रहा था. So in that period, मिनहाज यूनिवर्सिटी का जो चार्टर था, when you pass a charter, it has to come to the cabinet. Cabinet pass करती है, then it goes to the parliament or the assembly. So it became a big challenge for me. Or there was a lot of negative note about the charter because nobody knew about the good work that Minhaj Foundation had done. Allama Tarul Qadri is a big scholar, is a big researcher, has a vision, has a big, huge network in the entire world. So his contribution was not recognized by the government in that period. So I had to come forward and tell what good work Minhaj had done. So finally we got this charter, or mashallah, hats off and congrats to Commander Shahzad. Itne zyada students hain aapke, 15,000 students. And then we've seen this university growing. Abhi thoda hi arsa ho gaya is university ko. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Poster presentation was equally good. दो और चीज़ें आपसे शेयर करनी है. This could be very a big information for all the students and the participants. The other challenge that I faced was to give the Presbyterian property back to the Christians in shape of the Forman Christian College. You see, this institution was nationalized by the government of Pakistan. Ab Forman Christian College ki, it has a history of 160 plus years. They have been here in this region. तो उसको ये property वापस करना and giving them this charter was another challenge that we faced. अल्लाह ने मेहरबानी की, हमने उसको वापस किया. आज वो full-fledged एक university की shape में काम कर रहा है. We opened up the private sector. We gave private charters to the universities. And mashallah, all these universities are growing in a very big speed. The third challenge that I faced was Kinnaird College. Dr. Iram बैठी हुई हैं हमारे stage पे. तो ये Kinnaird College, चूना मंडी College, Queen Mary College, इसका जो chairman होता है वो Minister Education होता है. तो मुझे department ने कहा सर आप बन जाएं Kinnaird College के chairman. मैं कहा नहीं यार रहने तो. It's doing a wonderful work. Let the board be headed by their own leadership. Alexander John Bishop was the chairman of the board, followed by Eric Massey, और माशाल्लाह Kinnaird भी जो है बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रहा है. So I like to recognize Rear Commodore Mr. Rizvi. Thank you for your wonderful note. उसके पहले Dr. Nazir Malik. Thank you, sir. Great presentation. Dr. Ahmed Khan Shahzad, wonderful presentation. And I think this conference is of utmost importance. I'm going to be now starting my official speech. Distinguished Vice Chancellor, respected Conference Chair, Co-Chair, Honorable National and International Speakers, esteemed researchers, industry leaders, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and a privilege to address you today at the 4th International Maritime Conference, IMC 26, organized by Minhaj University, Lahore, in the Center of the Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs. I commend the organizer for choosing such a timely and a critical theme. Water is not merely a resource. It is the foundation of life and bloodstream of our planet. Today, however, water systems across the world are under immense pressure due to climate change, population growth, urbanization, and unsustainable consumption. Billions already live under water stress, and in the coming years, the gap between water supply and demand will continue to widen. For Pakistan, one of the most water-stressed countries in the world, the crisis is immediate. From melting glaciers to declining groundwater and stressed river systems, water security is directly linked to our food security, energy security, and economic stability. The reality demands that we rethink not only how we use water, but how we value it. The green economy promotes environmentally responsible and inclusive growth, while the blue economy focuses on the sustainable use of oceans and water resources. At the heart of both lies a simple truth. There can be no green economy and no blue economy without sustainable water conservation. Water underpins agriculture, energy, trade, fisheries, tourism, and urban development. Conserving water is not a barrier to growth. It is a driver of resilience, innovation, and long-term prosperity. The maritime sector is no longer just about trade and transport. It is increasingly about stewardship. Ports, shipping companies, and coastal industries must lead by reducing pollution, adopting cleaner technologies, protecting marine biodiversity, and supporting sustainable fisheries. With its coastline along the Arabian Sea and expanding port infrastructure, Pakistan has strong potential to develop a sustainable blue economy, one that generates jobs while preserving marine ecosystems. Our approach must shift from extraction to regeneration. Cities are the front line of water crisis. Smart technologies such as real-time monitoring, leak detection, water reuse, and nature-based solutions can significantly improve efficiency. But technology must be supported by strong governance, transparent regulation, and public participation. Water scarcity is no longer only an environmental concern, it is a national and global security issue. Poor water management can fuel instability, while cooperation can foster peace. For Pakistan, protecting the Indus Basin system through efficient irrigation, improved storage, and ecosystem restoration is a national priority and a foundation for sustainable development. Universities and research institutions are critical in shaping water policy through research, innovation, and capacity building. Conferences like IMC 26 help transform knowledge into action. For our students and young professionals, you are not just future beneficiaries of water security, you are its architects. With the right skills and opportunities, Pakistan's youth can lead in water innovation and climate solutions. Let me conclude by 3 brief call of action. First, we must move from short-term exploitation to long-term stewardship of water resources. Second, we must strengthen collaboration among government, academia, industry, and civil society. Lastly, sustainability must be placed at the center of economic planning. The choices we make today will determine whether water becomes a source of conflict or a foundation for cooperation. Let us move forward with unity, wisdom, and resolve to secure water and a sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mia Imran Masood Sahab, for your insightful remarks. Next, I invite Principal Kinnaird College for Women, Lahore, to share her perspective with you all. Dear audience, in your round of applause, Professor Dr. Iram Anjum.
morning and Assalamu alaikum. I don't have a long speech to make, just some comments that I felt were necessary. I want to congratulate Minhaj University, led by the Deputy Chairman, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, the Vice Chancellor, Commodore Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, and Director CREMA, Dr. Mohammed Ishfaq. I think this is a great initiative for bringing together a focus group of gathering, discussing the challenge of maritime affairs, but this also is bringing together people from different areas, which I just witnessed in the hall, where there were poster presentations from English literature and linguistics. There are talks on AI, there are talks on data analytics, and I feel that when we have speakers who are national and international as well, so it's not just a problem of Pakistan, it's not just a problem of people who are involved or studying maritime affairs, it is a communal problem. And unless we, all of us, own our problems, I think the solution cannot be found. As a scientist myself, I'm really happy that the SDG 13, that of climate change, is also being addressed, because you cannot discuss maritime challenges unless you discuss the complete water cycle, unless you discuss the complete blue ecosystem. And the water cycle and the life cycle are actually one. So it is impossible to discuss only the oceans when you don't discuss the complete water cycle. We have to keep in mind the melting snow caps of our mountains. I'm also really proud that CNAID is a knowledge partner for this August gathering of all the scholars from all over the world. And I really wish all the best to all the scholars as you discuss, as you deliberate, and as you present and share your ideas that you have. And I think by the end of this meeting, this conference, each one of you will go furnished. Please take at least one thought, one idea that will change Pakistan for better. Thank you.
Wonderful words by Professor Dr. Idam. Next, to share a few words on the conference, I invite Vice Chancellor of the University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore, in your warm round of applause, Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus.
नहमदु व नसल्ली अला रसूलिल करीम अम्मा बाद अऊज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम। आप मकानू खाली ते उस थी कोई मकाना खाली, आप मकानू खाली ते उस थी कोई मकाना खाली, हर वेले हर चीज़ मुहम्मद रखदा नित संभाली। ते खस खस जिन्ना कदर ना मेरा ते मेरे साहिब नू वडियाइयां, खस खस जिन्ना कदर ना मेरा ते मेरे साहिब नू वडियाइयां, मैं गलियां दा रूड़ा कूड़ा ते महल चढ़ाया साइयां। First of all, I want to appreciate and congratulate Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Qadri Sahab, who has established this great institution on the land of Lahore, due to which today International Water and Maritime Conference is being held. Secondly, I want to appreciate and congratulate Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Sahab, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore. Thirdly, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Sahab, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, and their team for organizing such a wonderful international event on a very burning issue for Pakistan and other countries and region also. I also want to congratulate and appreciate the keynote speakers who have presented their note papers here, which are very informative and very excellent. I want to congratulate and appreciate also for the poster presenters on the very important issue, water conservation and water promotion in the society. this topic is very burning issue. جتنا بھی اس کو میں اپریشیٹ کروں اور جتنا بھی میں اپنا وائس چانسلر منہاج یونیورسٹی کو مبارکباد دوں وہ کم ہے. بہت ساری چیزوں کا ہمیں اس کا واٹر کے بارے میں سوسائٹی میں اسٹوڈنٹس کو, دوسرے اسٹیک ہولڈرز کو, لوگوں کو, اور انکلوڈنگ مائی سیلف اس کا چونکہ پتہ نہیں ہے. پچھلے دنوں میری ایک صاحب سے ڈسکشن ہو رہی تھی واٹر پہ. میں تو چونکہ واٹر کا ایکسپرٹ نہیں ہوں, اسٹیج پہ اسپیشلی جو نیوی سے بلانگ کرتے ہیں ہمارے مہربان, ان کو زیادہ پتہ ہے, اور دوسرے جو واٹر کے ایکسپرٹ ہیں وہ بھی ڈیفینیٹلی وہ زیادہ جانتے ہوں گے. تو وہ مجھے کہنے لگے جی کہ لاہور جو ہے, اگر آپ نے اس پہ توجہ نہ دی, واٹر کو ریزرو نہ کیا, کنزرو نہ کیا, سسٹین نہ کیا, مینٹین نہ کیا, اور اس پہ کام نہ کیا, اس پہ تھنک نہ کیا, تو 20 ایئر کے بعد پانی کا ایشو ہوگا شہر کے لیے. تو اسی طرح واٹر ایسی چیز ہے, آپ کو وضو اور غسل سے لے کے ٹیل ڈیتھ ہر پارٹ میں, ہر چیز میں, ایگریکلچر ہو, ایکواٹک اینیملز ہوں, دوسرے اینیملز ہوں, چیزیں ہوں, ہر چیز پہ اس کی ضرورت ہے. اور اس کی نیڈ دو طرح سے ہے. ایک تو آپ نے اس کو سسٹین کرنا ہے, کنزرو کرنا ہے, اس پہ کام کرنا ہے کہ اس کی جو پروڈکشن ہے وہ بھی انکریز کرنی ہے, سسٹینیبلٹی کو بھی شور کرنا ہے. اور دوسرا اہم ایشو جو ہے وہ یہ بھی ہے کہ 70% ڈیزیزز جو ہیں وہ ہیومن میں ہوں یا اینیمل میں ہوں, واٹر سے سپریڈ ہو رہی ہیں اور ٹرانسمیشن ہو رہی ہیں. اس کو بھی کنٹرول کرنا ہے جو کنٹامینیشن آف واٹر سے متعلق ہیں. اور ہم یہ جتنی بھی کمپنیز جو فیلڈ میں کام کر رہی ہیں, وہ نیسلے ہو, گورمے ہو, دوسری ہو, تیسری ہو, تو ہم پانی پیتے ہیں تو سبھی لوگ کہتے ہیں جی اس کا پانی اچھا ہے, دوسرا کہتا ہے اس کا پانی اچھا ہے نہیں. تو میرا بچوں سے کہنے کا مقصد ہے کہ وہ واٹر بوائل کر کے یوز کریں تاکہ وہ ہر طرح کی کنٹامینیشن سے اور جراثیم سے پاک ہو. تو وہ جو کام ہمیں کرنا چاہیے اصل میں وہ ہم کرتے نہیں. وہ واٹر اسی طرح کمپنیوں سے لینے کے بعد ہم کہتے ہیں کہ صاف ستھرا ہے. جیسے میں آپ کو جسٹ ایک مثال دینا چاہتا ہوں کہ راؤ صاحب ہمارے سیکٹری رہے ہیں پنجاب پرسنل کمیشن میں, تو میں ادھر انٹرویو لینے کے لیے جاتا رہا ہوں. تو بڑے فوت ہو گئے ہیں, اللہ پاک ان کی مغفرت کرے, بڑے آنیسٹ اچھے اور ملنسار آدمی تھے, بیوروکریٹ تھے, سول سروسز سے ان کا تعلق تھا. تو ایک دن جب انٹرویو لے رہے تھے تو انٹرویو کے درمیان جب ریسٹ ہوتی ہے, بچہ انٹرویو دے کے کینڈیڈیٹ باہر چلا جاتا ہے, تو چائے کا پیریڈ چل رہا تھا. تو مجھے کہنے لگے جی ڈاکٹر صاحب یہ اللہ پاک کی بڑی مہربانی اور نوازش ہے کہ کم از کم میں دودھ جو ہے وہ بالکل خالص پیتا ہوں. تو میں نے کہا جی کہ دودھ تو ہم ویٹنیرین ہیں, ہمیں خالص نہیں ملتا, تو آپ کو دودھ کہاں سے خالص ملتا ہے؟ تو کہنے لگے جی میں نے نا بھینس رکھی ہوئی ہے اپنے گھر میں, تو ڈی ایچ اے میں رہتا ہوں, تو وہ اس کو ہم چارہ ڈالتے ہیں تو بڑا اچھا دودھ, چونکہ پانی کا کلر آپ کو اگر نیٹ اینڈ کلین آپ کی آنکھوں کے سامنے نظر آئے تو وہ آپ کو تو یہی نظر آتا ہے کہ یہ بڑا صاف ستھرا ہے. جب تک کوئی اس کا ایکسپرٹ جو ہے اس کو ٹیسٹ نہ کرے کہ اس کی انگریڈینٹس کیا ہیں, اس کی کمپوزیشن کیا ہے, اور اس میں ہے کیا کیا چیزیں ہیں, تو وہ یو کانٹ امیجن دیٹ. وہ اسی طرح وہ کہنے لگے جی کہ دودھ جو ہے بڑا صاف ستھرا اور نیٹ صاف ہمیں ملتا ہے, بھینس میں نے گھر رکھی ہوئی ہے. تو میں نے 2-3 ان سے سوال کیے. میں نے کہا کہ وہ جو بھینس ہے ڈی ایچ اے کے بعد جو پولیوٹڈ ڈرین جا رہی ہے اس سے وہ آپ اس کو کھلا نہیں چھوڑتے گھر کے باہر گریزنگ کے لیے, وہ کہنے لگے جی گریزنگ کرتی ہے, پانی بھی اس ڈرین سے وہ پیتی ہے جو کہ آکسیڈنٹ سے اور پولیوٹڈ مٹیریل سے بھرا ہوا ڈرین ہے. اور دوسرا چارہ میں نے کہا کہاں سے کھاتی ہے؟ وہ کہنے لگے جی چارہ باہر سے ہم قیمتاً زیادہ خرید کے لاتے ہیں تو وہ کھاتی ہے. تو پھر میں نے کہا جی یہ سب چیزیں آپ کر رہے ہیں اور پھر آپ یہ کہہ رہے ہیں کہ دودھ بالکل میں خالص پیتا ہوں, تو یہ خالص تو نہیں ہوتا. یہ میں نے اس کو کہا جی کہ جب آپ یہ گرو کرتے ہیں, چارہ جات گرو کرتے ہیں یا کوئی بھی فصل گرو کرتے ہیں, تو اس کے ساتھ ہی ہم فرٹیلائزر یوز کرتے ہیں، اور فرٹیلائزر جو ہیں دے آر دا پینیٹریٹنگ ان دا باڈیز آف دی اینیملس. اور سملرلی جب چارہ ہوتا ہے پھر اس پہ آپ پیسٹیسائڈ کا یوز کرتے ہیں، وہ چارہ جب جانور کھاتے ہیں تو پیسٹیسائڈ اس میں آتی ہے. اور واٹر پہ یہ کانفرنس ہو رہی ہے، میں بچوں کو بتانا چاہوں گا کہ واٹر جب وہ ڈرنک کرتے ہیں ڈرٹی ڈرین کا تو اس میں پلیوٹڈس ہیں، آکسیڈنٹس ہیں، چیزیں ہیں، وہ ساری ان کے جسم میں پینیٹریٹ ہو رہی ہیں. اور اسی طرح یہ گوالا جو ہے وہ تو میں نے کہا چوتھا پانچواں نمبر آتا ہے اس کا، جو وہ پانی بھی یوز کرتا ہے اور اس میں بائی کاربونیٹ یوز کرتا ہے، سٹارچ یوز کرتا ہے، پھر اس کو وہ انکریز کرتا ہے. تو میں نے کہا یہ 5-6 فیکٹر تو ابھی میں نے آپ کو بتا دیے، تو وہ آپ والا بھی میں وہ نیٹ اینڈ کلین صاف ستھرا دودھ نہیں ہے جو آپ پیتے ہیں، اس میں کنٹامینیشن ہے. تو وہ کہنے لگا مجھے ان چیزوں کا پہلے سے تو پتہ نہیں تھا، یہ آپ بتا رہے ہیں. میں نے اس کو اور ایک مثال دی، میں ناروال سے بلانگ کرتا ہوں، تو وہ ہمارے گھر ایک آدمی دودھ دیتا تھا، تو میں ہم ایک برتن میں علیحدہ دودھ لاتا تھا، ایک بلٹوئی جو دودھ کی ہوتی ہے بڑی وہ اس نے سائیکل پہ علیحدہ باندھی ہوتی تھی. میں نے اس سے پوچھا، میں نے کہا یار کہ دو جو دودھ آپ لاتے ہیں ایک چھوٹے سے برتن میں اور ایک یہ بڑی بلٹوئی آپ نے باندھی ہوئی، اس میں فرق کیا ہے؟ وہ کہتے ہیں یہ چھوٹا برتن جس میں سر میں آپ کے گھر دودھ دیتا ہوں اس میں یار پانی تھوڑا ہے، اور وہ جو دوسری بلٹوئی میں نے باندھی ہوئی ہے اس میں یا پانی زیادہ ہے. تو میں نے کہا اور ریشو بیٹا کتنی ہے؟ وہ کہنے لگا یہ جو آپ کے گھر میں دیتا ہوں نا اس میں 50% دودھ ہے، 50% پانی ہے. اور وہ جو بلٹوئی ہے میں نے کہا کہ اس میں پانی اور دودھ کی ریشو جو ہے وہ کتنی ہے؟ کہنے لگا یہ تو سر میں تھوڑا سا اس میں دودھ ڈالتا ہوں، باقی مین روڈ کے اوپر ہی ہینڈ پمپ لگا ہوا ہے، اس کے میں نیچے رکھتا ہوں تو وہ اوپر سے میں اس کو ہینڈ پمپ کو چلاتا ہوں، تو جب یہ بلٹوئی بھر جاتی ہے وہ میں نارول پورے شہر میں اس کو جو ہے وہ سیل آؤٹ کر دیتا ہوں. تو اسی طرح پانی کا ایشو ہے. تو ہمیں اسٹوڈنٹس فیکلٹی اور دوسرے بڑے آنریبل اور اسٹیم فیکلٹی ادھر بیٹھی ہے، تو میں ان سے ریکویسٹ کرنا چاہوں گا کہ بیٹا آئی ایم ویری ہوپفل اینڈ آپٹیمسٹک دیٹ you will learn something from this international conference regarding knowledge, regarding techniques, regarding skills. اور لرننگ ہی صرف ضروری نہیں ہے، it's very necessary and important. We have to implement these skills and techniques in their respective departments of faculty میں، تاکہ we may be able to train the manpower in the country who may play a key role and vital role for the uplift of the economy of the country. تو میں اس شعر پہ اجازت چاہوں گا. دوبارہ سے میں اپنا وائس چانسلر صاحب کو، منہاج یونیورسٹی کے اسٹوڈنٹس کو، ان کی ٹیم کو، فیکلٹی کو مبارکباد دینا چاہوں گا کہ یہ بہت اہم اور برننگ ایشو ہے اور آپ اس پہ کام کر رہے ہیں. جتنا بھی ہم آپ کو اپریشیٹ کریں وہ کم ہے. تو ہم بدلتے ہیں رخ ہواؤں کا، آئے زمانہ ہمارے ساتھ چلے. تھینک یو.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus. Next, to share a few words on the day, I invite Vice Chancellor of the Noor International University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Farooq Bajwa, to the podium.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad Sahab, respected Vice Chancellors, respected colleagues, and above all, my dear students who have been listening us very patiently. Long speeches, you have been listening very patiently, and we are really grateful for that. It was really enriching discussions from the experts, and especially after the speech by Honorable Dr. Yunus Sahab, I feel to be quite deficient in terms of saying anything except to just say a few words that these are really the need of the hour. The conference that you have organized, Dr. Sajid Shahzad Sahab and his team, the traditional conferences we normally keep on attending, on the business conferences, on computing conferences, on other conferences. But since this is actually the real issue, the burning issue of the country. So I really appreciate Dr. Saab and his team for doing it at the right point in time, at the right time, which is actually the need of the hour. The discussions were quite productive, and I hope everyone must be enjoying those discussions. And afterwards, I wish you very best of luck for your presentation. Might not be taking that much of your time, since I am very aware that many of you might be already feeling bored. So I wish you all very best of luck for the upcoming presentations. And once again, thank you very much for the organizing team for arranging such a wonderful and august forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Farooq Bajwa. Ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge the scholarly contributions to this landmark conference and to show our sincere gratitude, it is time to present the souvenirs. For that, I invite Director Crema, Dr. Mohammad Ishfaq, and worthy Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, to please come forward in front of the stage so that we may proceed with the distribution. First, the former Education Minister Punjab, Vice Chancellor, University of South Asia, Lahore, Mian Imran Masood Sahab. Next, Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus, Vice Chancellor, University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore. Dr. Yunus, please stay on the stage, sir. Next, the shield goes to Professor Dr. Iram Anjum, Principal, Kinnaid College for Women, Lahore. Next, Dr. Nadeem Ahmed Bhatti, Vice Chancellor, Lahore Leeds University. The next shield is for Professor Dr. Farooq Bajwa, Vice Chancellor, Noor International University, Lahore. Now we have the shields for our keynote speakers. I request Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus Sahab, the Vice Chancellor, University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore, to please join on the stage. The first souvenir shall be presented to the former Commandant of Pakistan Navy War College, Lahore, Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmed Rizvi, Halal Imtiaz Military. Ladies and gentlemen, in your round of applause, please. Sir Naveed, please stay there on the stage. The second souvenir is for the Deputy Coordination Officer, Punjab, Dr. Ahmed Khawar Shehzad. Ladies and gentlemen, again a thunderous round of applause. The third token of gratitude shall be presented to the Rector of Imperial College of Business Studies, Lahore, Commodore Professor Dr. Nazir Ahmed Malik. We have another shield of appreciation for Mr. Humayun Akhtar, Lahore Marina Boat Club. We now take this opportunity to present shields of appreciation to our esteemed knowledge partners in recognition of their strategic collaboration and invaluable intellectual contribution to this conference. May I request Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmed Rizvi to join worthy Vice Chancellor and Director CREMA. The first shield shall be presented to Professor Dr. Iram Anjum, Principal, Kinnaid College for Women, Lahore. I request Mia Imran Masood Saab to please join worthy Vice Chancellor. The next shield shall be presented to Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus, Vice Chancellor, University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore. A round of applause, please. The Registrar of UVAS shall also be standing on the stage for reception of the shield. I request Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmed Rizvi Saab to please be seated. We now proudly present shields of appreciation to the dedicated team members of the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, whose unwavering commitment and relentless hard work have been instrumental in the success of this conference. May I request the former Education Minister, Punjab, and Vice Chancellor, University of South Asia, Lahore, Mia Imran Masood Sahab, and Professor Dr. Iram Anjum, Principal, Kinnaid College, to join with the Vice Chancellor, Lahore. The first shield of appreciation goes to Mr. Subhan Salim, Research Assistant, CREMA, in acknowledgement of his professionalism, perseverance, and outstanding execution. A huge round of applause, everybody. The second shield of recognition shall be presented to the Deputy Director, CREMA, Mr. Khabar Mehboob Sahab, for his steadfast dedication, operational excellence, and tireless efforts. The third shield shall be presented to Ms. Samra Hafiz from School of English for her efforts and professionalism. Please join us on the stage, Ms. Samra. I request another round of applause, please. I request our chief guests and esteemed keynote speakers to kindly join Vice Chancellor and Director CREMA on the stage for a memorable group photograph. Thank you, everybody. You may please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed for a short tea break. The tea to guests of honor and paper presenters shall be served at the Marquee 2, Sayyidina Tahir Alauddin Qadri Hall, and for all participants, it is arranged outside the main marquee. I request everyone to kindly remain seated.
Before we formally begin, I would like to invite our esteemed session chair and distinguished presenters to kindly join us on stage. In a huge round of applause, please welcome Professor Dr. Shabnam Gul. We need more claps. She's the chairperson, Department of International Relations, Lahore College for Women's University. Ma'am, please have a seat. And now our presenters, Dr. Saira Bashir Dar. Ma'am, if you're available in the room. Dr. Adil Irfan, he's assistant professor at Department of Political Science, University of Sargodha. Dr. Abida Yassin. Dr. Abida Yassin, ma'am, if you're in the hall, kindly come on the stage. Sayyid Haider Ali. He is PhD scholar at Department of Political Science and International Relations at University of Gujarat. Ms. Sakina Hassan Zaidi. She is a research associate at Center for Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, Minhaj University, Lahore. With a huge round of applause. Ms. Sakina Hassan Zaidi. Mr. Najibul Haq Tabish, he's a PhD scholar in international relations and a lecturer at Cadet College, Okada. I request Ms. Sakina Zaidi to kindly come on. Okay. Before we proceed, a brief overview of session's decorum. Each presenter will have 8 minutes for their presentation. A question and answer session will be held at the end. Our first presenter is Dr. Proshento K. Mukherjee. He is from Dalian Maritime University, China, and he will be joining us virtually. I request the IT team to kindly play the pre-recorded speech of Dr. Mukherjee.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to be invited to make a presentation at this conference. This is the first technical session, as I understand, which is captioned Marine Pollution and Waste Management. And the theme under which I will make my presentation is Impact of Climate Change on Marine Biodiversity. Every expression in the theme is important for my purposes. The title of my presentation, as it is shown here, is Ship Source Pollution on the High Seas and the BBNJ Agreement. The BBNJ Agreement is biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Now, it is usually referred to as an implementation agreement. An implementation agreement is, you can say, an extension of the main convention. The main convention in this case being UNCLOS. And one peculiarity about this implementation agreement is the fact that a state may sign the agreement even if it is not a party to UNCLOS. Now, this is the third such agreement under UNCLOS, the previous two being the Deep Seabed Agreement and the Straddling Fish Stocks Agreement. Now, I want to draw to your attention the main objectives of the BBNJ Agreement. The principal objective is to ensure conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction for the present and in the long term. I would draw to your attention the phrase marine biological diversity. In relation to marine protected areas, which is a feature of UNCLOS, in short we refer to it as MPAs, is to protect, preserve, restore, and maintain biodiversity and ecosystems, including those related to climate change, ocean acidification, and marine pollution that I have eliminated because I don't think it adds to the meaning of the phrase or anything of any importance. Now, having looked at the objectives of the BBNJ agreement, now I would like to draw to your attention the relevant preambular clauses. In the third preambular clause, we find it is stated that recognizing the need to address in a coherent and cooperative manner biodiversity loss and degradation of ecosystems of the ocean due to, in particular, climate change impact. So we find that the phraseology climate change once more here. Climate change impacts on marine ecosystems such as warming and ocean deoxygenation, as well as ocean acidification, pollution, including plastic pollution and unsustainable use. I would draw to your attention to the word pollution, which appears here the first time, and that the word appears 10 times in the BBNJ agreement, including the phrase plastic pollution. I think these are all important observations to be made. Marine biological diversity. So the adjective marine has been added on to the term biological diversity. And then we look at the 9th preambular clause, which says recognizing the obligation set out in the convention to assess as far as practicable the potential effects on the marine environment. And these are now important words, of activities under a state's jurisdiction or control. We will come back to that in a later slide. When the state has reasonable grounds for believing that such activities may cause substantial pollution or significant and harmful changes to the marine environment. I would stress the phrase marine environment because there is a connection, even though it is not a very strong connection, but it is nevertheless a connection between the marine environment and climate change. And we will see how that materializes. Provisions of the BBNJ agreement. As per Article 3, the agreement is applicable to areas beyond national jurisdiction, specific meaning in the convention in UNCLOS. And it is defined as seabed and ocean floor and subsoil thereof beyond the limits of national jurisdiction in Article 1, the very first article, very first clause in the convention. Subsoil thereof beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. In Article 1, and incremental resulting impacts resulting from acidification and related impacts. Point out is a regulatory convention, and Annex 6 basically regulates exhaust emissions from machinery spaces of ships entering the air and atmosphere. The ships don't enter, but it's the exhaust emissions from the machinery spaces of ships that enter the air or the atmosphere, according to whichever instrument we are referring to. Cause of climate change. And that is where the whole issue of the theme of my presentation, how it is connected to the theme that is pointed out in the technical sessions list. State responsibility under international law, how it is connected to, which reads as follows in paragraph 1. States are responsible for the fulfillment of their international obligations concerning the protection and preservation of the marine environment. They shall be liable in accordance with international law. Protection and preservation of the marine environment. And it calls for liability in accordance with international law. So in seas, and incidentally pollute the high seas, causing harm to marine biodiversity. And therefore, as an extension of that, flag states of ships must have the state of a ship. Now, any mention of ships in the BBNJ agreement, I think, is a major shortcoming of that agreement. And I expressed that view at another conference in China, in Qingdao, where the director of the legal division of IMO was present, and she agreed with me on that point. I also pointed that out in another conference at World Maritime University in Malmo a couple of years ago, and there were panel members on the stage, of which the questions were posed regarding why ships are not included anywhere in the BBNJ agreement. But the audience is able to gather some information from this presentation of mine. And if there are any questions from any members of the audience, you can please convey those questions through the management to me, and I will do my best to respond to them.
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee, for your insightful analysis. A huge round of applause. Moving forward with the session, I now invite Dr. Saira Bashir Dar to kindly present her paper. Ma'am, please.
Am I audible? Yeah. Hello, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good day to everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Vice Chancellor Minhaj University, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad Sahab, on this 4th International Maritime Conference. Sir, amazing. Hats off to you for your continuous efforts towards educating people on the subject of maritime affairs and law and policy. And I'm also grateful to conference team members for having me here for the second time, because I have come here for the second time to present my paper. Last year, I did present my paper for 3rd International Maritime Conference, and so thank you, everyone. The title of my paper for today's presentation is Pakistan's Perspective and Role in the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, that is abbreviated as BBNJ Agreement, Interest, Responsibilities, and Global Divergences. Introduction. The sea, being the blue heart of Earth, it makes 2/3 of the Earth planet, and it contains areas beyond national jurisdiction, which is abbreviated as ABNJ. The area beyond national jurisdiction encompasses diverse species and resources, and its exploration will be beneficial for the states. As the area of high seas is the most neglected one in ocean governance, the member states to the United Nations in 2015, they came up to create an international legally binding instrument by the name of BBNJ for the protection and sustainable use of diverse marine species and habitats worldwide in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. The marine protected areas, abbreviated as MPAs, are the areas which come within the area beyond national jurisdiction, and they are protected by area-based management tools, ultimately for the protection and conservation of marine life in ABNJ. The BBNJ agreement was meant to bring certain important reforms on ocean governance and to upgrade legal principles on the area beyond national jurisdiction. The said agreement also recommends on environmental impact assessments for the activities being done by states on the high seas. Objectives. This research paper, intends to highlight the perspective and role of Pakistan in the BBNJ agreement amid global participation to the said agreement. This study goes deep down to explore into efforts and views by developing countries in their intergovernmental conference, IGC, abbreviated as sessions, towards finalizing the BBNJ agreement as an international legally binding agreement on marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. The focus of this study is to analyze the great geographical position of Pakistan, having extensive coastal line of 1365 kilometer, probably, sir can correct me if I'm wrong, thus emphasizing the importance of BBNJ agreement for Pakistan. Also, this study reveals that Pakistan still requires updating its respective policy development and data to welcoming and taking up the BBNJ agreement more effectively. Like other developed countries, they are definitely doing it. Literature review. So literature review is in order presented as there are three themes: Pakistan's perspective and role in the biodiversity, beyond national jurisdiction agreement, interest, responsibilities, and then comes global divergences. Source materials, definitely they are public law conventions starting with UNCLOS because it is the parent law of the sea, and international treaties on high seas, national legislation, draft text, summaries, books, monographs, articles published in learned journals. It is a very serious and worth pondering issue that needs attention from government level, in need of information about stance and reservations of Pakistan on its relevant official websites. The only available insufficient information are the closing remarks of Pakistan, which are available on United Nations Pakistan website. On the other hand, we see that other countries, they have showed up and made all updated information and future connected projects with the BBNJ treaty negotiations available on their official websites. So maritime sector in Pakistan, it is rather limited because most people, they do link it with transportation of goods by sea and nothing more than that. So this mindset is actually caused by or led by the limited source materials, which leads to a lack of understanding of other facets of this sector, particularly ocean governance for the protection and conservation of marine life, marine resources in ABNJ. Methodology is of two types, exploratory and descriptive. First type is to explore the intention of the authorities behind the legislation, and descriptive philosophy, it is used to describe the current position of the working of relevant authorities and bodies. Results and discussion. The BBNJ's thought for the future under Article 14 of this agreement is that the states should wisely administer the marine genetic resources in ABNJ, as these areas, they have the capacity to give financial strength and resources to the countries by exploring them with their relevant research and development. In these circumstances, an internationally legally binding agreement or instrument, ILBI, can deal with the situation in an effective manner. This agreement aims to bring alliance among states as well. The noticeable and worth appreciating fact is that Pakistan is dedicated to Goal 14 of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Preservation of High Seas and its resources, and it can't be achieved without collaboration among states. Pakistan has its engrossments in BBNJ agreement due to its ideal geographical position in the Asian region and its extensive natural resources. Fishing is also very vital for its economy, as a big number of people, they rely on fishing as their source of earning. Pakistan may get advantages and benefits from the core concepts of BBNJ agreement by managing its fisheries in exclusive economic zones. In other words, Pakistan can gain maximum benefits, profits in fisheries sector by following the true concepts of sustainability or sustainable development, reducing incidental captures of fishes, and safeguarding certain regions which are ecological sensitive. Conclusion. Sorry. So this research paper analyzes the potential possible effects of BBNJ agreement on developing countries and demonstrating Pakistan as a case study. As this agreement stops the wasteful use of marine resources, it talks about through its certain provisions and article, area-wise management system primarily in marine protected areas to sustainable use of marine resources. It is also inferred that such provisions could hinder future development of marine resources to some extent in Pakistan. Pakistan has got serious concerns as it is struggling with its blue economic growth, blue economy. Such restrictions could cause hurdles in the way to fulfill the needs of its rapidly increasing population. The second important point of concern is that Pakistan needs other resources like capacity building and a transfer of technology to comply with the provisions of BBNJ agreement. The third point of concern is that being an aspiring blue economy nation, Pakistan should promote rules to balance out the needs for conservation of marine resources along with development of marine resources. Recommendations. So it is important to say here that Pakistan, being an aspiring maritime nation, should continue performing its role of support in ongoing BBNJ negotiations by educating their people in ocean governance. Nonetheless, equitable and transparent sharing of benefits coming from common heritage of high seas could prove to be a stepping stone on achieving sustainable development goals in global maritime sector. It can be said that BBNJ, it is an internationally impactful agreement with global significance holding potential prospects. Pakistan, being a participant into this agreement, should perform its responsible role by updating its official websites, exhibiting expert reports for public's knowledge and benefits. Then it should make a proper, effective policy for implementation of this important BBNJ agreement. Thank you so very much.
Am I audible? Paper presented by Dr. Saira Bashir is a very good paper. It's serving the theme of the conference. Besides, it is
We need more claps.
Besides that, it is identifying the gap. But one thing which is missing is that she is not focusing on the methodology of the paper. Particularly, the explanatory area is missing in the paper while she discussed in the presentation. Second is that she is explaining the previous work, but there are no policy recommendations presented in the paper. And overall, she has praised the previous work more than when, which is compromising the neutrality of the researcher. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your views. Now I request Dr. Adil Irfan to kindly present his paper.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank Minhaj University Vice Chancellor Sahab and Karima for providing me an opportunity to speak in front of August gathering. The title of my paper is Legal Feasibility and Institutional Convergence under UNCLOS, Addressing Contemporary Maritime Security Challenges. My co-author is Dr. Sundas Kizar, who is an adjunct assistant professor at Department of Political Science, University of Sargodha. First of all, we need to understand that maritime transport is the backbone of globalization, which supports almost 90% of maritime trade by volume. And UNCLOS is a United Nations Convention of Law of Ocean and Sea. It is the constitution of the sea, and that was formulated in 1982. And it was formulated to address security challenges. Basically, the research gap of my paper is that it has normative legitimacy, but it does not address institutional application. So the objective of my paper is to analyze why UNCLOS falls short in reflecting convergent state interest regarding modern security challenges. And the second objective is to propose legally feasible institutional refinement within UNCLOS. So basically the problem is sovereignty-based logic. The states do not allow other states to intervene within their territory, and the solution is liberal institutional model to cooperate and compromise within their territory. So the theoretical framework which I'm applying here is convergence theory. Convergence theory is basically a theory of sociology and political economy. And it addressed that different states had different industrial, cultural, economic, and their national interests, but they have common vulnerabilities, and they need to cooperate in order to minimize the security challenges. The second theoretical model is liberal institutionalism. It is the type of liberalism. Liberalism, we have know that three types: functional liberalism, republican liberalism, and liberal institutionalism. So liberal institutionalism basically reduce uncertainty and transaction cost in an anarchic system. It allows us to coordinate compliance and capacity building. So basically, the gap here lies as UNCLOS provides normative legitimacy but lacks the institutional structure to equalize enforcement practices. So here I am applying the mixed method research, qualitative and quantitative. We are utilizing the reports of IMO, UNODC, United Nations Organization of Drug and Criminal Record, and quantitative analysis was done by regression analysis of maritime security incidents. Data sources: IMB piracy reports, UNODC maritime crime data, and UN that trade statistics. So basically, UNCLOS institutional constraints are, and UNCLOS divide the ocean into different zones like exclusive economic zone, high seas, so which allow criminal to utilize their complex legal framework. And the second important security challenge is a flag state model. Flag state is basically the states which have, which control the vessels, the ships which are registered in their territory. But the problem is most of the states, they do not have the capacity, they do not have the resources to look after those vessels. So modern maritime security problem is that the threats are networked, diffused, and transnational. So there are different threats like piracy, illicit trade, IUU fishing, unreported and unregistered fishing in the maritime zones. So the blue economy and security have complex nexus. Blue economy basically includes sustainable development of ocean resources like fisheries and offshore energy, and maritime insecurity directly affect their cost and investment in maritime infrastructure. So the data was analyzed empirically, and the paper uses a mathematical model to test if cooperation actually works. It tracks that maritime security incidents linked with institutional cooperation, maritime trade, and naval capacity. And we have seen the negative relationship between maritime security incidents and maritime security in incidents and cooperation. Means when maritime the states cooperate, the security incidents will be decreased by 7 to 10%. And interestingly, trade volume has a positive relationship with incidents, meaning higher trade volume increases vulnerability. So regime beyond UNCLOS. Because UNCLOS is institutionally thin, so different states devise their own model of alliance and regional cooperation like Djibouti Code of Conduct or RECAP in Asia. Basically, they have complex legal structure in order to, like they are working on self-help model, but the legal network is going to be complex through this. The second is inequality of enforcement. Enforcement duties are unevenly distributed, and coastal states near strategic choke points, like the states which have higher strategic value, so they bear the higher cost. That's why the UNCLOS is not working efficiently like it has to work. So reforms and policy implications are, the paper suggests that institutional refinement rather than a total treaty rewrite, which would be politically impossible, and it recommends formalizing regional security alignment as recognized implementation mechanism and UNCLOS to increase legal coherence. Secondly, policymakers should focus on robust capacity building by making technical assistance and standardizing legal definition for crimes like piracy and armed robbery across all nations. So the conclusion is UNCLOS remains the core legal framework for global maritime governance. Contemporary maritime threats are transnational, networked, and economically disruptive. Empirical findings confirm that institutional cooperation reduce maritime insecurity, and effective maritime security governance has evolved outside UNCLOS. Strengthening UNCLOS would enhance maritime security, slog protection, seabed lines, and blue economies sustainability. So my recommendation is formally recognize regional maritime security arrangements under UNCLOS, develop coordination and information sharing mechanism, strengthen capacity building and burden sharing provisions, and harmonize legal definitions of maritime crimes, and promote institutional convergence without treaty recognition. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
The paper presented by Dr. Adil Irfan and Sundas Khizar, it is comprehensive in nature, providing a strong theoretical anchoring, and it is basically focusing on the conceptual ambiguities. There is one weakness in that it lacks empirical illustrations. As a whole, I strongly recommend this paper for those who want to write a thesis on such topic. It's going to provide a strong theoretical background for the thesis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Dr. Abida Yassin to present her paper titled International Law and Maritime Disasters. Ma'am, please join us.
ये मेरा नहीं था, मेरा एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर है सुपीरियर यूनिवर्सिटी का, ये थोड़ा गलत उन्होंने दिया हुआ,
मैं चेंज कर रहा हूं,
इसको सुपीरियर यूनिवर्सिटी का मैं एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। My topic of the day is international law and maritime disasters. Introduction to maritime disasters. This paper examines the role of international law in addressing maritime disasters through case studies. Maritime disasters such as oil spill, shipwrecks, and passenger vessels incidents pose severe environmental, humanitarian, and economic threats that often transcend national boundaries. Their regulation is primarily governed by the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea and International Maritime Organization instruments, including SOLAS, MARPOL, and OPRC conventions. This paper examines the role of international law in addressing maritime disasters through case studies. This paper also explains the global nature of maritime disasters. This paper also notes that jurisdictional complexities require international legal coordination under UN clause and IMO regimes. These incidents reveal persistent challenges in accountability and compensation, highlighting loopholes in liability regimes and operational practices. To address these gaps, a global maritime compliance mechanism, harmonization of convention, stronger liability frameworks. It also concludes that while international maritime law provides a comprehensive framework, stronger enforcement and preventive measures are essential to safeguard lives and protect the marine environment. So, इसमें उसको करते हैं abstract. The abstract of the paper examines international law mechanisms addressing maritime disasters. It focuses on United Nations Convention on Law of Sea, IMO conventions, and liability regimes. It also analyzes key cases, Exxon Valdez, Erika and Costa Concordia. This paper highlights enforcement gaps and proposes future reforms. This paper also introduces the scope of the full article, highlighting the legal and environmental dimension. This emphasizes that maritime disasters test international cooperation and legal responsibility framework. Next, please. Legal framework under international law. UN clause, as all of you know, it is called Constitution of the Oceans, IMC Conventions, SOLAS, MARPOL, and OPRC. The Civil Liability and Compensation Conventions, including CLC and Fund Convention, emergence of environmental standards within maritime law. It also summarizes the multi-layered legal system governing maritime disasters. It mentions that each convention addresses prevention, preparedness, and compensation. State responsibility under United Nations Convention, Law of Sea. Articles 192 to 237, they apply a duty to protect marine environment to all states. Article 194, Clause 2 prevents transboundary harm. Due diligence and cooperation principles are emphasized. Foundation for liability and accountability regime is also included in this convention. This convention also explains how United Nations Convention Law of Sea codifies states' duties, and it notes that law has evolved to include environmental and ethical obligations for maritime safety. Role of the International Maritime Organization. This is the central maritime safety body, and it is also responsible for enforcement of various other conventions like SOLAS, MARPOL, OPRC, etc. It promotes multi-jurisdictional enforcement, supports preparedness and response mechanism. This part also highlights the IMO's operational role and technical conventions. It emphasizes how it coordinates safety and pollution prevention globally. The case studies. Exxon Valdez, 1989, US oil spill triggers OPRC 1990, 1 year later. Erika, 1999, multi-jurisdiction disasters, European legal reforms. Costa Concordia, the passenger safety and corporate liability. Each case revealed enforcement and liability gaps. This paper also mentions that these cases demonstrate both progress and persistent weakness in maritime governance and legal response frameworks. The next one is Exxon Valdez 1989, oil spill of 11 million gallons in Alaska. It exposed regulatory and contingency failures, triggered adoption of Oil Pollution Act of 1990. It also influenced IMO's OPRC Convention of 1990. This paper describes the environmental and legal consequences. It explains how it prompted global reforms towards mandatory preparedness standards. Erika, 1999, and Costa Concordia, 2012. So we have short of time, so we can skip this portion of these case laws, and we directly can go to enforcement and jurisdictional challenges. Fragmented jurisdiction among coastal, flag, and port states, weak flag state controls enable regulatory evasion. Developing states lack enforcement capacity. Economic and political interests impede compliance. This paper discusses the structural limitations in enforcement. It stresses that fragmented authority and flag of convenience practices remain major weaknesses. Future reforms and recommendations presented in this paper to establish a global maritime compliance mechanism, universalize and harmonize conventions, integrate human rights and environmental principles, adopt AI, digital tracking, and real-time monitoring tools. It includes integrating environmental and human rights considerations into maritime law. It summarizes reform proposals highlight digitalization, transparency, and fair enforcement as key future directions. So, the conclusions. International law provides a strong but uneven framework. Enforcement and political will remain the critical challenges. Preventive, technology-driven, and human-centered reforms are required. A coherent, fair, and sustainable maritime regime is essential. The need for a coherent international compliance system is paramount to ensure effective enforcement of maritime laws. So, it ends by emphasizing that maritime disaster law must evolve from reactive to preventive governance to ensure global ocean sustainability. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, your reviews.
Paper presented by Abida, Dr. Abda Yassin is broader in nature, and she covers all the legal aspects which she claimed within the paper. She quoted different case studies, including that there is a weakness, that there is overlapping of conceptual clarity. Thank you.
A huge round of applause. Next, I invite Syed Haider Ali to present his paper. Sir, kindly join us on stage.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and a very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the worthy Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this conference. I truly believe that events and conferences like this play a very vital role towards the refining of the research, especially for scholars like me who have just entered in this field and navigating their path. So my sincere appreciations to the team of Minhaj University and CREMA. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Syed Haider Ali. I am a PhD scholar in Department of Political Science at University of Gujarat, and I have also recently authored a book titled Storm Within. This book is basically to highlight the impacts of climate change in various sectors of life. My co-author, she's present over here, Ms. Alize Hassan. She is Senior Research and Policy Analyst at Risk. Ladies and gentlemen, our world is facing numerous challenges and number of threats. Nations are struggling with number of issues and number of problems. Some are facing economic crisis, some are having human security issues, some are facing terrorism, and some are having conflicts over resources. All these issues that I have highlighted, I truly believe have a great impact towards our future. But I truly believe that there is one issue or threat which plays and which outstands every other thing, and that threat is not for any particular city, country, or for that matter, any particular region. That is for all the species present on planet Earth, and that threat is climate change. With this, I come over to the title of my today's presentation, Impact of Climate Change on South Asia, Shifting Marine Ecosystem in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is no longer merely an environmental concern. It has evolved into a non-traditional security threat multiplier, particularly in maritime domains, where ecological instability directly impacts economy and strategic stability. South Asia is home to nearly 25% of global world and is the most vulnerable region to the climate change. Marine ecosystems are not peripheral space. They are economic backbones and strategic assets of the country. The significance of this study lies in bridging the gap between marine ecology, national security frameworks. It repositions climate-induced marine degradation as a maritime governance challenge. Now, coming towards the research objectives, I have tried my level best to cover the objectives which will help not only the policymakers, but also the climate advocates and the people who are about to study this concern and can help them a lot. First is to examine the multifaceted impacts of climate change on marine ecosystems across South Asia. Second, to analyze specific ecological shifts, particularly towards coral bleaching and species migration along Pakistan's coastline. Third, to assess the socio-economic implications for coastal communities and fisheries. Fourth, to evaluate maritime governance response at both national and regional level, including SARC. And fifth, to propose policy recommendation for climate resilient marine management. The literature review highlights that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change includes irreversible trends in ocean warming and acidification across the Indian Ocean Basin, which plays a very drastic role towards the marine life. Ecological studies document coral bleaching events in the Arabian Sea and mangrove die-off associated with sea level rise, especially in our Astrola Island. Fisheries research indicates poleward species migration pattern threatening traditional artisanal fishing zones. And however, these studies often remain within environmental science boundaries, but I have tried my level best to make it as easy as possible for the students and young scholars to understand the scientific concepts of IPCC reports and UNFCCC reports. The critical research gap that I have come across is approximately 70% of climate literature remains terrestrially focused. Marine ecosystems are frequently treated as secondary or neglected frontiers. The major gaps is, the first is ecology is really linked to maritime security framework, which I think is a very major drawback. Second, Pakistan-centric analysis of the Arabian Sea as a distinct climate security domain is limited. Third, there is insufficient interdisciplinary linkages between ecology, economy, and security. This study attempts to connect these dimensions within an integrated analytical pattern and framework. As far as the research methodology and design is concerned, this research adopts a qualitative design. I have tried to make it more informative for the students and the scholars. It uses descriptive analysis to synthesize ecological trends with governance outcomes. Data triangulation was conducted using scientific assessment, including IPCC and IUCN findings alongside national policy documents, such as Pakistan National Adaptation Plan. Additionally, a comparative regional context was used to benchmark Pakistan's maritime policies within the broader South Asian framework. This approach is, I truly believe, appropriate for understanding systematic linkages between climate stressors and governance response. The key marine drivers which I have come across during my research is that several climate-driven stressors are affecting marine ecosystems. Ocean acidification, rising sea level temperatures, sea level rise, and altered ocean currents are shifting marine fish migration patterns. Importantly, these stressors are compounded by overfishing and marine pollution. The major findings indicates that coral bleaching is increasingly observed along Pakistan coastline. Fish migration patterns are shifting, affecting traditional fishing zones. Mangrove degradation is worsening, reducing natural coastal defenses. Coastal erosion is intensifying displacement risk and leading towards mass climate-induced migration. Declining fishing stocks are creating economic insecurity for fishing communities. In the central conclusion of this study is clear that ecological degradation is a direct threat to Pakistan's maritime security. And as far as the key recommendation is concerned, several policy recommendations emerge as per my research. Expansion of climate-smart marine protected areas. Second is strict enforcement of sustainable fisheries management. Third, the development of SARC regional marine climate framework. Fourth is increased access to international climate financing for coastal resilience. Fifth is the promotion of community-based adaptation models. At the last, I would just say that climate change is real and it is happening even right now, and it is the threat to all the species present on planet Earth, and we need to work collectively for clean and better Earth for our future generations to come. I thank you very much.
Paper presented by Mr. Ali is a good one. It is regionally relevant, and he has highlighted one of the important topic or dilemma, the challenge which the global world is focusing. If he only add an era, it's going to be a very good book you can publish.
A huge round of applause. Now I invite Ms. Sakina Hassan Zaidi with a huge round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much for the opportunity, respected Vice Chancellor and Madam Chair. Please give me the permission to begin. Thank you so much. Respected Chair, distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Water is often described as a source of life, but in fragile region, it becomes a source of instability and security. My paper argues that South and Southwest Asia water scarcity is no longer merely an environmental concern. It is a structural security variable shaping regional stability. Today, I argue that the Indus Water Treaty is not just an historical agreement, it is a strategic blueprint for managing hydropolitical tensions in the Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan triangle. The title of my research paper is Indus Water Treaty, a success story for Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan water dispute resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indus Water Treaty, which was signed in 1960 with the help of World Bank between India and Pakistan, divided the 6 rivers that were shared between India and Pakistan. The eastern rivers were handed to Ravi. The eastern rivers, Ravi, Beas, and Satluj, were handed over to India, while the western rivers, Indus, Chenab, and Jhelum, were handed over to Pakistan, with India exercising exclusive control over the eastern rivers, but the 20% of water was given to of the western river were given to India. Now, the current scenario, the current case study that we have in place is between Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Afghanistan and Pakistan shares 9 rivers, but there is no proper treaty, no proper transboundary treaty that is governing those 9 rivers. However, the Iran and Afghanistan shares Helmand River, and a treaty between these two was signed in 1973. But the treaty, due to the unstable conditions in Afghanistan, never stood its place. Now, the rise of the Taliban regime in Pakistan has resulted in policies oriented to water security that are discerning, that are causing serious concern among the states that are lying in the region, with Afghanistan implementing policies that threatens the water security of Pakistan and Iran. The research objectives that I try to cover is to understand the water dispute between Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, to determine why a water treaty is necessary, and to determine how the Indus Water Treaty can help resolve this water conflict that is enrolling amidst the climate change that is happening in Pakistan and the South Asian region. My research questions were, why is there a need for a water sharing mechanism between Afghanistan, Iran, and Pakistan? And how can we achieve peace in South Asia using the Indus Water Treaty as a lighthouse? The theory that I used in order to justify my argument is the regional security complex theory. The regional security complex theory was given by Ollie Weaver and Barry Buzan, which states that the security aspect can best be analyzed on a regional forum rather than the international forum. So in this individual state security lying within a region is a security challenge for the entire region. Events in one state can impact the neighboring states, the broader regional security environment. Internal conflict or instability in one state can spill over into the neighboring state, leading to a national regional insecurity. RSC highlights the use of soft power and institutionalization in order to manage the regional disputes that are enrolling in a region. The major argument or the major definition given by the Ollie Weaver and Barry Buzan was in 1998 that authors redefined the RSAT as a set of units whose major security issues are so interlinked that the security problems cannot be reasonably be analyzed or resolved apart from one another. So in the case of South Asia, if we have to address the security issues, we must collaborate towards institutionalization. These are the maps of the transboundary rivers, as you can see on the screen. This is the river, Kabul River, that we share with Pakistan. And it is the Kabul River, the Kabul River aspect is quite unique because Pakistan serves as an upper riparian and a lower riparian as well. The Kabul River starts in Pakistan, enters Afghanistan, and then reaches back in Pakistan. So Pakistan is a unique status that it is both an upper riparian and a lower riparian. This is the map of the Afghanistan and Iran Helmand River dispute. And the Helmand River is drying up rapidly. There is a treaty in 1973 that was signed between the two states, but the major problem is that that treaty never stood its place. Afghanistan, due to critical instability, never commanded the treaty, and because of that, the treaty never survived. Now my major argument is the Indus Water Treaty. What we have in the Indus Water Treaty? Indus Water Treaty has survived 3 wars. There is a water dispute resolution mechanism. The treaty is a state-level treaty. So any change in internal government or any change in internal government in both any states cannot dissolve the treaty. No country party to the treaty can dissolve the treaty unilaterally or back out unilaterally. There must be the consent of both parties involved in order to withdraw from the treaty. Pakistan can utilize its three rivers, and India has the charge of the eastern rivers as well. Now, the Indus Water Treaty sets up a division and sharing mechanism in which, under the provision, Indus Water Treaty has full control over the exploitation of western rivers. Pakistan has full control of western rivers. However, India is entitled to use the 20% of the waters from the western rivers. It has a third-party involvement. So in case there is there is a third-party involvement. So in case there is any rise of misunderstanding or miscommunication, there's a proper dispute resolving mechanism where there's a neutral expert, there are bilateral negotiations, and the International Court of Arbitration. So there is a level up. In case there is a dispute, it's first solved between the two, then it goes to the neutral expert, and then it goes to the ICJ or PCA, Permanent Court of Arbitration. And this is what I discussed in the dispute resolution mechanism as well. So the result of the discussion is that we must work towards institutionalization of water transboundary waters that we have. We must set up a supply-demand agreement in which Iran can supply Afghanistan with electricity, and Afghanistan can supply Pakistan and Iran with the water that it needs for its security. And this is how we can manage the climate change are exhibiting, and the climate change is and South Asia being one of the most vulnerable region to this climate change, we can solve this water dispute issue by institutionalization of the transboundary rivers. That is from my side. Thank you so much.
Paper presented by Sayyida Sakina. It's a good paper. It is basically a case study, and she is focused on CBMs between and among the regional actors. If she mentioned the timeline that she's talking about the previous era or the current, it's going to be a very good publication. Thank you.
A huge round of applause for Ms. Sakina. Our final presenter of the session is Mr. Najibul Haq Tabish. I would like him to kindly come on the podium to present his paper.
Assalamu alaikum ji. First of all, I'm thankful to Krima and Minhaj University Lahore for providing me the opportunity to present my paper in the 4th International Maritime Conference. It's really an honor for me to be a part of this amazing platform. The topic of my research paper is Shipbreaking and the Environment, a Growing Concern for Coastal Communities. I will start with the introduction of the topic. Shipbreaking poses significant environmental and health risks to coastal communities. The process releases toxic substances like PCBs, oil residues, asbestos, and heavy metals contaminating water and soil. These pollutants harm marine life, disrupt ecosystem, and pose long-term hazards to the coastal environment. Laborers face perilous conditions exposed to toxic fumes and physical risks. Sustainable practices and regulations are crucial to mitigate these issues. Eco-friendly methods can protect the environment, coastal communities, marine life, and ecosystem. This article highlights the environmental, health, and marine life risks associated with the shipbreaking industry, emphasizing the need for sustainable solutions. The main objective of this research paper is to highlight the environmental impact of shipbreaking activities, emphasizing harm to coastal communities, marine life, and ecosystem, and stressing the need for sustainable practices to protect the environmental and coastal life. Literature review. Shipbreaking poses significant environmental and health risks requiring a multifaceted approach. This review highlights pollution sources and impacts on coastal environment and communities. Further research is needed to develop effective solutions and policies, especially in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. Mixed method research has been applied in this research work. Ladies and gentlemen, shipbreaking has significant impacts on coastal communities, particularly in countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India, where this practice is common. The process involves dismantling end-of-life ships, which can release hazardous material like asbestos, PCBs, and heavy metals into the environment, posing risks to workers and local communities. South Asia is currently the global center of shipbreaking and recycling industry in the world. Bangladesh is currently leading the shipbreaking industry of the world. Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan account for 70 to 80% of total recycling market of world for different ocean-going vessels. China and Turkey have covered the remaining market share of shipbreaking industry. The rest of the world, outside above 5 countries, is scrapping almost 5% of global volume. The global shipbreaking market size was valued at $3.98 billion in 2023, and it is projected to grow $7.64 billion by 2032. The top shipbreaking countries in the world, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India, accounting for 85% global tonnage scrap in 2024. Here is the breakdown. Bangladesh, 130 ships were scrapped. India, 101 ships were dismantled. Pakistan, 24 ships were scrapped. Ladies and gentlemen, a single ship can contain up to 7 tons of asbestos, and millions of tons of hazardous waste are generated annually. Studies show how level of PCBs, PAH, and heavy metals in soil and water near shipbreaking yard posing health risk to workers and local communities. Coastal ecosystems, including mangrove forest, are destroyed, affecting biodiversity and fishermen livelihoods. Environmental impacts. Water pollution, toxic substances contaminate water and soil. Air pollution. Burning hazardous materials releases toxic fumes. Coastal degradation, damage to ecosystem and biodiversity. Health impacts. Worker safety. Exposure to hazardous material, health risks. Community health. Air and water pollution affect the local population. Socio-economical impacts. Displacement. Communities relocated due to shipbreaking industries. Loss of livelihoods, fishing and tourism industries are affected. In short, shipbreaking poses environmental and health risks to coastal communities, contaminating ecosystem with hazardous pollutants. To mitigate impacts, stronger regulations, green technologies, and community engagement are crucial. A balanced approach prioritizing environmental protection and socio-economic development is needed. Recommendation: strengthen regulation, enforce stricter environment and safety standards for shipbreaking practices, green technologies, promote and adopt eco-friendly shipbreaking methods to minimize pollution, community engagement, involve local communities in decision-making and impact assessments, workers' safety, implement robust safety measures to protect workers from hazardous conditions, international collaboration, foster global cooperation among government, industries, and NGOs to address shipbreaking impacts. Thanks.
The paper presented by Mr. Najib is clear and it is focusing on environmental and health issues. It is having a strong recommendation for policy framing. As a whole, it is a good paper. Thank you.
A huge round of applause. Now I request our esteemed session chair, Professor Dr. Shabnam Gul, to kindly share her concluding remarks. Yeah, sure.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected administration of the Minhaj University, respected Vice Chancellor of the Minhaj University, Krima, and respectable guests, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to congratulate the Vice Chancellor of the Minhaj University and the administration for organizing a 2-day international conference on a very much important topic, which is focusing on dual issues, green and blue economy at a time, which I think that it is a very difficult task to deal with both of the issues, the land and the water. Second is that paper presented by the scholars. They made their efforts. I really appreciate them. I appreciated them. I talk about what they contributed towards the academia. When I say there are recommendations, it doesn't mean that I'm criticizing someone. It means that how much I value their contribution, that I'm not sitting and coming idly here just to have a photo session. I really go through the papers whenever the Vice Chancellor is providing me an opportunity.
A huge round of applause.
And the last apology for my sore throat. It is not in my control. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your encouraging and insightful words. Now I would like to invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, the Registrar, Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad, Dean Faculty of Basic Sciences, Mathematics, Dr. Talib Hussain, to kindly join us on stage and present souvenirs to our respected session chair and presenters as a token of appreciation. Sir, please. A huge round of applause for our presenters and session chair.
person.
Dr. Saira Bashir Dar. We need more claps. Mr. Adil Irfan. Dr. Abida Yasin. Ms. Sakina Hassan Zaidi. Sayyid Haider Ali. Mr. Najibul Haq Tabish. And to our wonderful session chair, Professor Dr. Shabnam Gul. A huge round of applause. I would request all the paper presenters and session chair to kindly join for a group photo with Worthy Vice Chancellor and Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad. The worthy Vice Chancellor will also be presenting his authored book to Dr. Ahmed Khabar Shehzad that is titled as Maritime Tourism, Pakistan Maritime Tourism. Thank you to all active participants. I now hand over the podium to Ms. Ayman for the remaining conference proceedings. I would request all
Thank you, everyone. I would request everyone to please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Everyone is requested to take their seats, please. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I would like to call today's presenters and Session Chair of Technical Session 2. First of all, I would like to request, with a huge round of applause, please welcome Dr. Asiya Mukhtar, Assistant Professor, Connaught College for Women. Next, I would like to request Dr. Shumaila Latif, Assistant Professor from School of Chemistry, University of the Punjab, Lahore. Please give them a round of applause. Next, I would request Mr. Awais Ali, Chief Operational Officer at AI Geonavigators Private Limited, Islamabad. Next, I would request Mr. Nadeem Abbas Roy, PhD scholar from School of Political Science, Minhaj University, Lahore. Next, we have Ms. Zainab Arshad from Government College, University, Lahore. Please give them a round of applause. And lastly, we have Mr. Muhammad Hanif, MPhil Scholar at School of International Relations at Minhaj University, Lahore. Please give them a huge round of applause. Now I would like to give the podium to Ms. Touba Khanam.
Thank you, Ms. Umaiman, for that seamless transition. Dear audience, we continue with our keynote speeches. It is my honor to introduce a distinguished expert in hydrology, water resources management, and irrigation planning who has contributed extensively to the international research and policy, including as lead author for the water chapter of United Nations Global Environment Outlook 6 for Africa. He currently serves as Associate Professor and Director of the Technical Office to the President at the National Water Research Center in Egypt. I request the technical team to play the keynote address of Dr. Islam Sabri Al-Zaid.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished organizers, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and honor to address the 4th International Maritime Conference, IMC 2026, organized by Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University, Lahore. I sincerely thank the organizing committee for the invitation and for creating this important platform to discuss water for the future. My name is Dr. Islam Sabri Al-Zaid. I am Associate Professor and Director of the Technical Office of the President of the National Water Research Center in Egypt. Allow me to give you my speech entitled Water for the Future, Integrating the Green and Blue Economy Through Science-Based Water Management. Water is the fundamental link between the green economy, which focuses on sustainability, efficiency, and climate resilience, and the blue economy, which depends on healthy rivers, coasts, and marine ecosystems. Today, increasing water scarcity, climate change, pollution, and extreme events are reshaping how countries plan agriculture, cities, and maritime activities. Sustainable water management is no longer a technical option. It is a strategic necessity for economic stability, environmental protection, and social affairs. Countries facing water stress are often the most vulnerable, but they can also become centers of innovation when science and policy work together. Let me briefly share some of the examples from our research experience related to the green economy and blue economy. The first one would be related to the green economy of improving water efficiency through science and technology. Over the past years, our work has focused on irrigation performance, water use efficiency, and agricultural water productivity. Particularly in water-scarce environments such as in Egypt, which depends on the Nile River. This represents around 95% of the total water resources of the country. And Sudan is another country which is located in the Nile Basin countries and have the largest irrigation schemes under single management in the world. Using remote sensing and advanced technology, plus the field measurement and system level analysis, this research demonstrates how spatial and temporal monitoring of irrigation system can identify water losses and improve allocation efficiency and increase all over efficiency. Another dimension of our work is closely linked to maritime and coastal sustainability, which is related to rainwater harvesting, floodwater harvesting, and this can lead to flood risk reduction and blue economy resilience. We have worked on water harvesting and risk reduction in arid and semi-arid regions. Through applied research, we showed that integrated watershed and flood management approach can reduce disaster risk and enhance groundwater recharge, protecting downstream rivers and coastal system from sediment and pollution loads. On another hand, there are many of the challenges we need to talk about it. Such challenge, there are also solutions, and solutions are essential for the blue economy as they strengthen coastal resilience, protect navigation routes, support fisheries, and contribute to the long-term sustainability of marine ecosystems. These research efforts are not isolated from the academic activity. They are a part of a broader institutional mission led by the research centers. And if we talk about research centers, we are talking about one of the examples, the National Water Research Center, which is the research entity of the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation of Egypt. NWRC has 12 specialized research institutes working across integrated water resources management, irrigation efficiency, and water quality. Our role is to ensure the scientific research is translated into practical policies and operational tools and national strategy. We also support regional and international cooperation. Through science-based decision-making, NWRC contributes to many of the research and within the decision makers. I would like to conclude my speech for only three messages. Water efficiency is the foundation of the green economy. And second one, healthy water systems are essential for a resilient blue economy. And for the last one, science, innovation, and digital tools enable a smarter and more resilient decision. Water is not only a natural resource, it is a strategic enabler for sustainable development. I look forward to continued collaboration among researchers, policymakers, and institutions to ensure a water secure and resilient future for all. Thank you for your kind invitation and wishing you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Islam Sabri Al-Zaid, for sharing your valuable international expertise. It is my honor to introduce our fifth keynote speaker for today, a former Fulbright senior scholar renowned for her expertise in China-India relations, Sino-American affairs, and Taiwan studies. She has also founded the Taiwan Lab Research Center and contributed extensively to global academic discourse on Asian politics and culture. I request the technical staff to play the recorded keynote address of Dr. Antonina Mendes.
Good morning, Lahore. Greetings from the University of Oxford. My name is Dr. Antonina Uvtukevich Mendes, and I have a great pleasure to be a keynote speaker at your esteemed conference. My research focuses on the water issue in the Asian context, particularly when we talk about China-India relations, but also Taiwan and Sri Lanka. So today in this very, very brief presentation, I would like to focus on the importance of water as a continental challenge. This is actually not a term that I coined myself. This is a term that was used by the United States, by the White House, and it's a term that occurs in a document which was declassified in January 2021. The document is called U.S. Strategic Framework for the Indo-Pacific. Those were just the last few days of the first term of President Donald Trump. And in this declassified document, we can read that there are two continental challenges in Asia. One of them is the China-India border dispute, and the other one, interestingly, is not, North Korean threat. It's not even the Taiwan issue. It's not India-Pakistan tensions. It's actually the water issue, namely the water diversion that, according to this document, is being done by China. And this is what this document labels as a continental challenge. So what does that actually mean? In order to understand that, we need to look at the map of Asia. It's always good to start by looking at the map to understand the broader picture of things. And as you can see, most of the most important rivers which flow through Southeast, and East Asia actually have their source in the Tibetan Plateau, which is mainly controlled by the People's Republic of China. And as you can see, we are talking about, of course, the most important rivers to China itself, but also about transboundary rivers, that is, rivers which flow through several countries. So we're talking about Indus and Brahmaputra, or Mekong, which is a lifeline to Southeast Asia. So if you take all these things into account, actually China, by controlling the sources of those rivers, de facto controls life of almost half of the global population. Of course, you might ask, how does China actually do that? What does that mean that China holds the key to the survival of half of the global population? Well, the thing is that China for many years has been expanding a huge network of river dams through which it can divert water, control the water flow, of course, produce electricity as well, because those river dams also serve as power plants. But the thing is that it can pretty much, to a certain extent, control the river flow, which is a matter of concern for the downstream countries, which rely on those rivers. And the most recent really big case was the announcement of the so-called project of the century in July last year. So this is China's plan to build the largest river dam ever. So it's the largest project of that sort in human history. And it's going to be built on the transboundary Brahmaputra River, which also later on flows into India and Bangladesh. And as you can imagine, it raised a lot of concern in India in particular, where experts called it the world's riskiest project, or even a water bomb. Because for the Indian government, for the Indian officials and experts, this dam might serve China as a powerful geopolitical and geoeconomic weapon against India, as perhaps to a certain extent China will be able to either stop the water flow or actually release water, which means that China might actually create a flood in territories down the stream. So in general, we are talking about a concept which can be labeled as weaponizing water, so using water as a weapon. And well, there are some incidents in the past which suggest that indeed water might be weaponized in the Himalayan context. One of them is related to an incident related to the Doklam crisis between China and India, and actually Bhutan as well. So barely a few months after that, China did not warn India about the upcoming flood on the Brahmaputra River, even though there is an agreement, the only agreement between China and India of that kind, according to which China is supposed to share that kind of hydro data with India. Also, we have several examples from the Southeast Asia in 2020 and 21, when China was cutting the water flow on the Mekong River without a prior warning, which caused a big disruption when it comes to fishing, farming, and generate the life of houseboat communities which rely on the river and everything that it has to offer. But of course, to be fair, I'm not going to tell you that China is a troublemaker here, or I'm not going to say that China is the only troublemaker here, because as a matter of fact, the weaponizing of water happens on various fronts and in various regions. One of the most prominent examples is, of course, India-Pakistan water issue that might be particularly relevant to the audience here at this conference. So it is no secret that there is a very important Indus Water Treaty, which was signed in 1960 between India and Pakistan. The water treaty that pretty much does not satisfy any of these sides, but at the same time, especially for non-Indian and non-Pakistani experts like myself, it is being viewed as a huge success given all the tensions, the history of wars, and other conflicts. So from that point of view, it is still being viewed as a big success of cooperation despite all the possible obstacles you can think of. And the problem is these days it is being increasingly questioned. It is being increasingly questioned, especially in the moments when tensions between India and Pakistan rise. And what is most concerning, in April last year, India put the water treaty in abeyance, which is a kind of puzzling move because technically this very term is not even present in the treaty itself. So it's a kind of synonym, almost a synonym for like temporarily, not taking this treaty into account. It's not canceling at all, but still it's not following the treaty. So it's a kind of halfway term, let's say. And the problem is that ever since April last year, India has been reluctant to use any sort of arbitration, any sort of international consultations, and basically India maintains that the treaty will be held in abeyance as long as Pakistan does not stop supporting terrorism according to India. So this is something that India's basically accusing Pakistan of. And according to India, Pakistan needs to stop that kind of support. And that would mean that India is not obliged anymore to follow the water treaty, which means that India is sharing the water resources with Pakistan. As you can see, there are very precise measures and decisions how this water is being managed and divided between the two countries. What is most concerning, again, for a foreign expert is that water is increasingly being weaponized. So that is already something that I mentioned in the previous slide. So think about, because water is a truly powerful weapon. Nobody and nothing can survive without fresh, drinking, safe water. So it is truly, a perfect weapon for blackmail, both when it comes to political decisions or economic decisions of countries which are, luckily have this upstream position, and against countries which are down the stream, which sometimes it's more complicated, because if you take India as an example, India is a downstream country with regard to China, but upstream country when you talk about Pakistan's perspective. So one can be a troublemaker, and at the same time, one can also be a victim of another country's suspicious activities. But in the end of the day, the problem is that, well, on the one hand, broader geopolitical issues may seriously affect water-related cooperation. So we have examples of not sharing the water bowl technically at this point, but even bringing this kind of threats is truly concerning. But indeed, true intentions are, for example, when we talk about the project of the century. But the thing is that because of historical, there are also suspicions, right? Even though we don't know China's true intentions, India is suspicious about China's true intentions. and it is probably the last moment to wake up and try to impact on our governments, on our representatives, to try to detach the water issue from all other matters, from all other disputes, because in the end of the day, nobody and nothing will survive without water. And truly, as the United Nations says, water, access to fresh, safe water is a human right and should not be discussed at all. This is my very brief presentation, and hopefully it will give you some ideas and maybe even motivate you and give you a basis for some more discussions. Thank you very much for your attention, and please do contact me if you'd like to share your research with me, and please do stay in touch. Thank you so much and wish you a great rest of the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Antonina, for your global perspective. We shall now proceed to the next segment of this conference, the technical session 2. I invite Ms. Sumay Aman, the session moderator, to kindly take over the session.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tuba, for the gracious handover. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. The theme of the technical session 2 is urban water management with smart technologies and water quality control. As per the decorum, the presenters will be given 8 minutes each for the presentation. Presenters are requested to adhere strictly to the allotted time. Moving forward with the session, I would like to request our first presenter, Dr. Shumaila Latif, to come to present her paper. Ma'am, the podium is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Aisha Mushtaq and I am presenting on the behalf of my research supervisor, Dr. Shumaila Latif. So basically my research is about the synthesis of carbon quantum dot based composite derived from the plastic waste and agricultural waste for the removal of dyes. So the agenda of my presentation is how I use plastic waste and agriculture waste for the synthesis of that composite, which is used for the removal of the dyes which affect our aquatic life. So the novelty of my research is that the recycling of the plastic waste and agriculture waste and the plastic waste, which is the major cause of the aquatic system. So I convert this waste into the useful compounds, which is used further to convert the to eliminate the dyes from the water. Next slide. So I basically use adsorption phenomena for the removal of the dyes from the composite derived from banana peel, which is an agriculture waste, and the plastic waste, which is the PET bottles like polyethylene terephthalate bottles like distilled water, purified waters. So banana peel is the second most largest produced fruit across the world, and almost per year 3.5 million ton of agriculture waste is of the banana peel. So banana peel is basically comprises many important fragments which are carbohydrate, proteins, lignin, cellulose, hemicellulose, which is used further for the adsorption purposes. So activated carbon is considered as the universal solvent because it can remove the textile dyes from the water. So I basically prepared the activated carbon from the banana peel through the carbonization method and activated it through the sodium hydroxide so that it can remove the dyes from the water, and then it characterized by the FTIR, which show the peaks related to the activated carbon, and I matches it with the literature. So next is the basic carbon quantum dots, which is also the major used for the removal of the dyes, and I also basically prepare from the banana peel. Next is basically my second most important ingredient is the plastic waste. In plastic waste, I use PET bottles like disposable bottles, which is very important to eliminate from the ecosystem because it cannot be degraded easily. So it affects the aquatic life very dangerously because PET bottles contain high content of carbon. So I convert into the important graphene or graphene oxide material to convert to remove the textile dyes from the water. I prepare it from the carbonization method, like I take plastic bottles and cut into the pieces and make it introduce into the furnace at the temperature of 415 degrees Celsius at 15 minutes, and then I grind the powder of graphene oxide, which is of the brown color, and I characterize it by using the FTIR techniques, which show the peak of the carbon to stretching and carbon to double bond carbon stretching and OR stretching. So the next is basically I use the chemical method to prepare the iron oxide nanoparticles, which is basically also used to remove the dyes from the water, and I make it composite with the agriculture waste, derived carbon quantum dots, and activated carbon and plastic weight PET bottles to remove the dyes. So I basically prepared the nanoparticles iron oxide by the method of co-precipitation. I basically use the two salts of iron chloride, and I use the ammonia solution to increase the pH of the solution, and then by the magnetic separation I obtain the iron oxide magnetic particle and then characterize it through FTIR. So basically I prepare two composites for the comparison. One is the iron oxide activated carbon graphene oxide, and I name it as MAG, and the second composite which I prepare is iron oxide activated carbon and carbon quantum dot, which I name is MAG. So next is the characterization, which I first is the UV. By using UV spectrophotometer, I analyze that the carbon quantum dots show the peak of carbon to carbon sp2 hybridization, pi to pi star transition at the wavelength of 274 nanometer. So next is the FTIR of the both my composite, which is used as a for the removal of the dyes. Next is the XRD peaks. So in XRD we show that the both composites show the iron oxide peaks crystalline, and both peaks have both the composite have their respective peaks of like carbon quantum dots, activated carbons, and graphene oxide. So basically I use that two composite to remove the methylene blue dye from the wastewater, and I studied further factors: contact time, pH, dye concentration, adsorbent dose, and temperature. So first is the degradation time, that when I introduce my composite into the water, it degrades the methylene blue dye in 15 minutes, and MAG composite degrade the dye in 35 minutes. And after that I use pH effect, MAG pH, different pH, 2, 4, 6 acidic and BS and basic pH, and my composite behave and give me good result in the basic pH. So next I use dosage effect, in which I applied different dose, like from 0.01 to 0.03 of the composite, and studied it that how it removed the dye. And the next is dye concentration effect and the effect of temperature. So I studied that my both composite degrade the dye in almost 30 minutes and 15 minutes, which is important that this dyes harms the aquatic life too much. So then I further studied that the order of reaction, how the dye interact with the adsorbent molecule. So I further studied and I calculate the R square values and different constant value. From that I got that my reaction rate is pseudo second order reaction, and it follows the Friedrich isotherms. It means that the surface of my composite is heterogeneous and has many surface area and lot of active site which can remove and interact with the dye molecule to remove it from the surface. So basically, conclusion of my research is that I have used the basic two waste of the ecosystem, like agriculture waste and plastic waste, and convert it into the useful compounds, graphene oxide, activated carbon, and further use it to convert it into the useful compounds, so that we can remove the waste ingredients from the water. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your comprehensive presentation. Our next presenter is Professor Dr. Parveen Kaur, who will be joining us virtually from Malaysia. I would request our technical team to please play her presentation.
A very good day to our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, distinguished guests, and all participants of this very esteemed conference. I'm Professor Dr. Parveen Kaur, and I'm very honored to be asked to present in this very esteemed conference. My apologies, you'll hear some very loud sounds in the background as I'm traveling in the city of Kuala Lumpur. Okay. The title of my presentation is The Role of AI in Water Management, Application Benefits and Governance Challenges. Pressure from climate variability and extreme events, urbanization and rising demand, aging infrastructure and non-revenue water losses, energy and compliance pressures in treatment systems. So the opportunity for AI here is AI enables a shift from reactive management to predictive and optimized operations using sensors, satellite, and operational data. So the study focus and research questions here are, where does AI add the most value? Which technical approaches or architectures work best? What governance and risk controls are required for responsible deployment? Scope areas will cover hydraulic forecasting, water quality monitoring, distribution network optimization, wastewater treatment control, and precision irrigation. AI methods used in water systems. So we have all this forecasting and prediction, classification and detection, optimization and control, spatial inference from imagery, and decision support. So the model families of traditional models used were all this from traditional deep learning, reinforcement learning to hybrid physics. So application 1 is hydrology and water quality. What is hydrologic forecasting? You forecast floods, you forecast droughts and stream flow. Short lead time, flood warnings, anomaly detection in hydrographs, probabilistic risk forecasting with uncertainty. And we have water quality monitoring, real-time anomaly detection from in situ sensors, satellite and machine learning estimation, early warnings and wider spatial coverage. So the operational note here is event-based metrics and local calibration are critical. So application 2 is distribution and wastewater. Drinking water distribution networks, we have leak detection, localization using pressure flow or acoustic data, burst illegal use, meter fault anomaly detection, demand forecasting for pump scheduling and energy savings. Wastewater treatment plants, we have prediction of effluent quality, optimization of aeration and chemical dosing, enabling processes here for control of resilience during shock loads. Application 3 is agriculture and digital twins. Precision irrigation, AI-based irrigation scheduling. We have soil, weather, crop stage, autonomous irrigation control, better water use efficiency while protecting the yields. We have digital twins and decision support, real-time integration of data, simulation and analytics, scenario testing and predictive maintenance, stronger SCADA-linked operational intelligence. Enabling architecture and data to decisions, AI-enabled water management stack, data acquisition, data infrastructure, model layer, decision layer, feedback loop, and the success factor here is institutional readiness plus governance, not just algorithms. Scarcity, imbalance, and biasness, limited model transferability across basins, networks, low interpretability and operator trust gaps, cybersecurity exposure in clinical or critical infrastructure, unclear accountability, regular fit, and readiness checklists. We have task-appropriate evaluation metrics, uncertainty quantification and qualification actually, and stress testing, human in the loop oversight, audit trails for model data and version decisions. Access data readiness and governance, benchmark versus physics or rule-based baselines, deploy hybrid models with SOPs or fallbacks, validate externally and monitor drift, build staff capacity and vendor transparency. Final takeaway, AI can significantly improve efficiency, resilience, and equity in water systems when implemented with hybrid modeling, strong governance, cybersecurity, uncertainty management, and human oversight. With this, I would like to say thank you to Minhaj University and hope this conference is a very great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful presentation. Next, I would request Ms. Zainab Arshad to present her paper. Ma'am, the podium is yours.
Starting with the great name of Allah Almighty, who is the most merciful and ever beneficent. My name is Zainab Arshad, and I am a research analyst at BBC and currently doing my MPhil from Government College University, Lahore. The topic of my presentation is, the topic of my research paper is Floods, Fiction and the Future. Post-colonial ecologies, the slow violence of climate in Anglophone literature. Moving towards the introduction, floods have long been central in literature as powerful metaphor through which writers have explored human vulnerability, survival, and ethical responsibility. In many post-colonial regions, floods are not merely natural disasters, but consequences intensified by historical inequalities and infrastructure neglect rooted in colonial systems. Drawing on Rob Nixon's concept of slow violence, we can understand floods as part of a gradual, often invisible process of ecological damage that unfolds over time rather than as sudden catastrophes. Similarly, Edward Said's idea of imperial geography helps us see how colonial legacies continue to shape environmental vulnerability, determining which regions are protected and which are exposed. Moving towards the objective, to examine how flood narratives in Anglophone literature represent climate change as a gradual, socially and historically embedded process. Thoroughly, my paper is more qualitative because I'm the researcher of English literature. To expose how post-colonial ecologies in literature reveal colonial legacies, infrastructural asymmetry, and environmental injustice. To analyze how flood fiction renders slow violence visible, highlighting its ethical and temporal dimensions. To conclude, a comparative analysis of 4 novels, The Drowned World, The Hungry Tide, The Reluctant Fundamentalist, The Ministry of the Future, to identify recurring themes, narrative strategies, and ethical insights. To investigate the integration of post-colonial studies and eco-criticism in climate-induced disasters in the literature. Literature review follows as, floods are central in literature to explore human vulnerability, survival, and ethics. In post-colonial contexts, flood expose historical inequalities, infrastructural conduct, and Anglophone fiction, the fiction of South Asia and the bodies that were being colonized by the British Empire, portrays flood as gradual, incremental process of climate change. Flood narratives connect environmental crisis with social, political, and historical forces. So the existing scholarship on this topic concludes that the eco-criticism focuses on Euro-American context, disaster, spectacle. Post-colonial studies focuses on historical spatial legacies, rarely climate disaster. It means that we are basically focusing on the abstracts of psychological narrative, the psychological dilemma, the displacement of the colonized groups, etc. Gap can be explained as limited integration of post-colonial theory and climate analysis. Flood fiction turns ecological harm into ethical reflection, highlighting displacement, responsibility, and temporality. The theoretical framework aligns as slow violence of Rob Nixon, long-term, often invisible and marginalized population affections. Imperial geography of Edward Said, colonial legacies shape environmental vulnerability and psychology. I will move towards the methodology. As far as I'm not a scientist, so my main methodology is qualitative analysis and interpretive approach. Comparative intertextual studies and close reading. Techniques involves close reading, comparative chronological analysis, and contextual interpretation. Theoretical alignment involves Edward Said's slow violence, and Edward Said's spatial politics, and Rob Nixon's slow violence. The results and discussions can be explained as flood as a post-colonial legacy and post-colonial ecological dilemma. Floods are depicted as structural phenomena, not discrete events, reflecting historical, political, and ecological entailments. Edward Said's post-colonial spatial theory frames floods as outcomes of imperial geography mapping vulnerability and hierarchies. Rob Nixon's slow violence portrays that floods unfold incrementally, largely invisible disproportionality affecting marginalized population. Anglophone flood fiction shifts focus from spectacular events to everyday precarity, erosion, displacement, and degraded environment. Concept of post-colonial ecology can be explained as floods connect colonial extraction, infrastructure neglect, and contemporary climate crisis, emphasizing climate disaster as political process. The comparative analysis and ethical implication of the novels is as follows. I won't, dive into the further explanation of the novels. In conclusion, I would say that flooding is in Anglophone fiction represent slow violence embedding in post-colonial hierarchies and histories. Floods reveal unequal ecological vulnerability affecting historically marginalized communities. Literature treats flood as both material realities and symbolic structures, connecting colonial exploitation, infrastructure neglect, and climate crisis. Narratives foreground time, memory, and spatial injustice, challenging event-based understandings of disaster. Literature cultivates climate consciousness using affect, empathy, and moral imagination to engage readers with colonial suffering. In recommendations, I have written like the expansion of literary scope, including non-Anglophonic text and indigenous oral traditions, to diversity, ecological perspectives, interdisciplinary approaches, integrate climate science, anthropology, and policy studies for a holistic understanding, ethical engagement, encourage literature to foster empathy, moral imagination, and climate consciousness among readers, curriculum integration, promote post-colonial eco-criticism in literary studies and climate humanities education. For future researchers, I would recommend them to examine narrative strategies, historical continuity, and spatial injustice in global sciences. Flood fiction demonstrates that climate change is historically and politically embedded, and rather it's not natural. Literature provides effective and ethical understanding of ecological suffering, contemplating scientific discourses. Flood fiction demonstrates that climate change is historically and politically embedded, it is not natural. Literature provides us an effective and ethical understanding of ecological suffering and scientific discourses. Slow violence framed works highlight long-term unequal impacts of environmental crisis. Anglophone narrative mediate subaltern perspectives showing the limit and possibilities of representation. Insights can inform policy, activism, and education by linking environmental justice with historical responsibility. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this engaging presentation. Our next presenter is Mr. Mohammad Muazzam Khan, who will be joining us virtually. I would request our technical team to please play his presentation.
And the officers and staff of the Minhaj University who have managed this particular workshop in a very nice manner. I'll be talking about an assessment of the plastic pollution in the coastal area of Balochistan, and just to say that I have been involved in the study of plastic along the coastline for a very long period now, more than about 5 years. So plastic pollution or plastic production is increasing in the last few decades. And because it's a very important part of daily life, annual global production is considered to have exceeded about 8,000 million metric tons, which is a huge quantity because its use is extensively being used in packaging, consumer good products, and other sectors. As far as the total plastic concerned, only a small quantity is being properly disposed of. 9% is recycled, 12% is incinerated, whereas about 79% is accumulated in dump site or left at the disposal on the sea or on the environment. It is estimated about 10 million tons of plastic is entering in the ocean every year, which is very important. And out of this, about 70 to 60% can be found on the beaches, on the coastline all along the world. And this is a serious problem globally, but Pakistan is not spared. The plastic pollution is also increasing substantially on the coast of Pakistan and especially on the coast of Balochistan. So with this aim, we have decided to study this particular aspect and has tried to estimate the quantity of plastic being disposed of some of the coastal towns. We have done an extensive study in Gwadar area, where we have initially conducted a study in 2006, October and December, and then we got an opportunity to redo same exercise in November and December 2025. So it's almost after the 19 year, we have some temporal comparison between the two times. And in addition to these, we have also done a rapid assessment of the garbage disposal and plastic pollution on Dam, Ormara, Pasni, and Gwadar, as well as in Jiwani. And we have, in this particular objective study, we have also studied the speciation, what sort of plastic being produced and where it is being ended, and how it is being taken care of. So if you look into the literature, there is hardly any work on this particular aspect. The work on the plastic pollution is confined to Karachi area and that to the Clifton Beach, and very few studies on the other part of the Karachi coastline. There is only one study which was done by my team in Jivni area. We have studied the plastic pollution on the beaches. Other than that, no other studies are available, but there is no doubt that the plastic pollution is increasing in the coast of Pakistan. So we have studied this particular aspect on the coast of Gwadar extensively on these 8 stations which are mentioned on east and west bays. Separately, those on the east bay are located between the fish harbor and between the door, and on the west bay from the foot of the hill to almost to the beginning of the new town area, which are the major part of the population is spread in this particular area. In addition, we have also studied the coastline of Balochistan, which is between the Lasbela and Jivni. So we have studied the plastic pollution at Dam, Ormara, Pasni, Gwadar, and Jivni, and these are the 5 major settlements along the coast of Pakistan, the coast of Balochistan. So just to give you a short result, that if you look to upper two photograph, this is from the dam, and you can see the garbage is dumped very near to the houses. So there are heaps of plastic in the dam and the other coastal town in the Lasbela district. But a part of this is collected by the local community or by the municipal community and is dumped in the sea. Ultimately, the plastic which is lying on the various dump places in the city also end up in the sea. The plastic pollution is increasing in this particular river. The things are not different in Jivni, which is the farthest place on the coast of Pakistan. The plastic is one of the serious issues. And the worst thing is that the plastic or the garbage is taken to open dump sites and burned there. This is the case of Gwadar, and it is very interesting to note the things that has happened in Gwadar. So if you look at this particular station, first of all, there are a few places in the town where still the collection is not effective. The garbage is left in the bylanes and the open spaces, but in most places, the proper collection is being done using machinery, they have their garbage bins placed and door-to-door collection is done. But in this particular station, if you look at in 2006, there is not much different in the composition terms. The plastic is the dominating one. But looked at the total quantity on the left side, which is in 2006, there's more than 11 kg of plastic in 1 square meter. So you can imagine the extent of pollution in 2006 in this area. But in 2005, the things have improved substantially. Only about a kg of material is present in this. So in terms of percentage, there will not be different, but the quantity is massively changed. When you look at this particular station, the first 2 photographs are very interesting. You can see the door-to-door reflection as well as dumping on the open spaces. But look at the right side, which is this particular beach is almost clean and clean like whistle. So in 2006, in this particular station, which is located on the right side of photograph, the plastic was about 8 kg per square meter, and about 70% of them was plastic. But in 2025, because of the proper collection of the garbage from the city, this particular beach you can see is clean and clean like whistle because there is no plastic on. And in most of the beaches on the west and east bay, the plastic pollution and garbage disposal is almost is not there, and they are very much clean. So the extreme case is Jivni, where plastic is being found on the coastline, and you can also see it left on the open spaces. The contribution as plastic is substantial, more than about 85%, when it's taken to the open spaces and where it is burnt. So this is an official dump site of the area. You can see in the background the tractor bringing the garbage from the city, and which will be ultimately burnt there, which is highly undesirable activity. So we can conclude that there is no system of garbage collection in small type, including Dam and Orbara. But there are door-to-door collection in Pasni, Gwadar, and Jivni, and more effectively being done in Gwadar area. And there is no dump site anywhere on the coast of Balochistan. Therefore, town garbage is dumped in some depression near the town, which is left at the mercy of wind and the natural processes. Ultimately, they end up in the environment. Garbage taken to dump site in Jivini is burnt, which is resulting in serious environmental hazard. And plastic is the most dominating pollutant in this particular on the coast of the Balochistan and need to be controlled. So with this, I conclude. Because of the limited time, I could not cover the topic very in depth, but the paper is available and you can go through it and you will see that the things have improved with proper collection and measures. But overall, the condition of the plastic is, the pollution is increasing and it has to be stopped.
That was indeed a comprehensive presentation. Next, I would request Mr. Nadeem Abbas Roy to come to present his paper. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. I am Nadeem Abbas Roy, PhD scholar, School of Political Science, Minhaj University, Lahore. Before going to my topic, I promise that my presentation will take very short time, as metaphorically, it feels that all of us have been exhausted but have taken very innovative lectures and knowledge here. So now coming back to my topic is global maritime disasters, risk evaluation, legislative structures, and mitigation approaches. The time frame is 2000 to 2025. Introduction, maritime shipping carries over 11 billion tons of cargo annually, forming the backbone of global trade. Despite technological advancement and international regulations, maritime space remains vulnerable. Four major categories of risk: environmental, security, technological, climate, and natural. High-risk choke ports, Strait of Malacca, Suez Canal, Gulf of Aden, Panama Canal. These regions combine heavy traffic with geopolitical instability. Significance of the study: maritime risks are interconnected and global in nature. Disruptions affect environmental sustainability, trade stability, and human security. This study evaluates major disasters between 2000 and 2025. It assesses how effectively international legal frameworks respond to these risks. The study identifies structural weaknesses in preparedness, enforcement, and coordination. The objectives of my study: the study examines major maritime disasters and their impacts. It evaluates key legal instruments like United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea, International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the Safety of Maritime Navigation. It identifies governance and enforcement gaps, analyze emerging threats such as cyber attacks and drone warfare, propose policy-oriented reforms. The research gap before starting my study, I found in the literature, existing research focuses on single hazards like oil spills or piracy. No comprehensive global multi-hazard risk model, limited integration between legal frameworks and operational response. Emerging threats such as cybercrime warfare and autonomous technologies remain underexplored. This study proposes an integrated global risk assessment model. The methodology of my study: I have adopted mixed method research design with secondary data sources. The sources of the data are International Tanker Owners Pollution Federation, International Maritime Organization, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Temporal scope and the analysis and the time framework by taking 20,000 to 2025, and by using the analytical tools, chronological trend analysis, categorical hazard assessment, comparative legal and doctrinal evaluation, institutional performance assessment at global and regional level. The finding of the study, environmental risk. Oil spills remain low frequency but high impact events. Early responses within 12 hours significantly reduces environmental damage. Sonar mapping and ROV technology improve recovery gases success by approximately 85%. Security risks. Piracy peaked in the Horn of Africa. Drone-based maritime threats emerging in the Red Sea. Regional cooperation improves responses, effectiveness, climate and natural risk. Increasing cyclone and extreme weather events disrupting shipping. Polar navigation risk rising due to the climate change. Governance insights. Multilateral coordination prove more effective than unilateral response. Enforcement capacity varies across regions. Core governance challenges, weak enforcement mechanism, fragmented jurisdiction on the high sea, dependence on the flag state compliance, insufficient adaptation to cyber and drone threats, uneven technological capabilities among states. Discussion, the maritime domain represents a complex global commons. While United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea provides a foundational legal structure, but application to the emerging threats remains limited. Integrated regional mechanisms such as Regional Cooperation Agreement on combating piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia, Djibouti Code of Conduct demonstrates the value of cooperative governance. However, global maritime governance remains reactive rather than preventive. Conclusion, maritime risks concentrate in high traffic and politically unstable regions. Legal frameworks are normatively strong but operationally weak. Emergency preparedness and coordination remain insufficient. Emerging technological and climate threats demand adaptive governance. Recommendation of the study, legal reforms. Strengthen liability and enforcement mechanisms. Align domestic legislation with international conventions. Clarify high sea governance responsibilities. Operational reforms. Establish national oil spill response system. Create dedicated disaster funds. Improve interagency coordination. Technological reforms. Invest in cybersecurity infrastructure. Expand drone monitoring capabilities. Strengthen maritime surveillance system. And the closing statement, sustainable global trade depends on adaptive, technology-driven, and cooperative maritime governance. And at the end, I want to say, and I hope that is relevant to the theme of this conference, the universe is wide and far, yet life lives only on Earth, our star. 1/3 is land where we remain, 2/3 are seas with vast domain. The oceans hold reservoirs untold of food and energy, wealth like gold. The blue economy lights our way, protect the sea for tomorrow's day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. As we move towards the end of our session, our last presenter is Mr. Mohammad Hanif. Please, sir, welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I am the I'm the last presenter and hopefully not the least. I'll rush through the presentation because of the time stress, yet making inshallah point. My topic for the research was exploring the role of religious ethics on water conservation in South Asia. Why I selected South Asia is primarily because South Asia is the main region which is affected by the climate changes, and it is likely to continue so. And I'm also inspired by the talk of Dr. Adil Najam on how faith can contribute to the sustainable development and supplement the present governance models. Why I selected this topic is even more interesting because over 8.2 billion population, around 75 to 85% of the people identify themselves kind of religion. Now, every religion has their daily rituals which consume water. Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism. And every religion categorizes them high to very high and moderate also. Now, just a broad statistic, if all religions conduct their daily rituals, around 44.8 billion liter water is consumed per day for the religious rituals. Though in the overall consumption, if you see the religious rituals still the lowest in consumption of water, but they may be very less in volume, but it has a greater impact on the other sectors like industrial, domestic agriculture when they transform effects. Policy so far today mainly focuses on technical and economic solutions. Ethical religious dimensions are normally unexplored. Study examines faith-based water ethics, and we find that all religions almost have 4 shared moral principles like stewardship, restraint, communal responsibility, and intergenerational justice. Now, I argue that faith-based ethics can complement the secular governance model, and this research will contribute to bridge the religion, environmental ethics, and water policy. Now, the objective for the research was examine faith-based ethical perspectives on water stewardship, identify convergent ethical principles across religions, and assess relevance of religious ethics for sustainable water governance. The existing literature says that South Asia, because of the population growth, climate variability, and weaknesses in governance model, is water stressed. Dominant policies are mainly infrastructure-based, market-based, and institutional reform. The limitations highlighted are ethical, cultural, and religious dimensions, which are largely excluded in the overall governance mechanism. The literature is also lacking targeting the integration of faith in water conservation. Research methodology that I have adopted, I am not a religious scholar. The qualitative, interpretive research design, comparative analysis of across the religions, data that I studied from religious texts, academic literature, documented faith-based water initiatives, and the analytical focus remained on normative ethical principles and governance relevance. The existing literature also shows that South Asia experiences water because of population, climate, and institutional and dominant policy, again, on infrastructure and market base. South Asia region is also characterized by the high religious diversity, as I already said. It has a trans-boundary water river system and severe water stress also. Religion almost identify and deeply involved in the social, cultural, and water behaviors of the people of South Asia. So nearly 2 billion people practicing major world religions exist in South Asia. Faith-based ethical perspectives review water as sacred, moral resource, and shared ecological good. And ethics also emphasize care over ownership, duty over consumption. So discrepancies that exist today is between the ethical ideals and the actual consumption that is done by the religious followers. Ritual and daily practices are over a period of time increasing, which further stress on the water demand. For example, Islam conducts 5 times daily wuzu for their prayers, and the modern day uses far exceeds the scriptural ideal that is from the Prophet or the Sunnah. Water is around 30 to 50% is wasted in the ablution. Mosques almost consume 80 to 90% water for their ablution purposes. Hinduism, Sikhism, and Buddhism all grade water as sacred, yet their modern day practices are gradually exceeding. the literature also highlights that the religion is not inherently opposed to sustainability. It rather supplements normative legitimacy, moral motivation, and social trust. Now, ethical narratives can strengthen weak governance system. A risk of politicization, though, exists because whenever you bring religion into anything, there are risks of potential exclusion of minorities, and there can be a conflict between the ritual access and ecological protection. Just to for easy assimilation of the forum, hypothetical example: approximately 600,000 mosques exist across Pakistan. 90% are equipped with the ablution facility. Now, average 200 people visit for prayers in every mosque. Now, modern day use is around 2 liters. That means 400 liters per ritual. That makes around 240 million water is consumed across Pakistan for one ritual. Now, if you go to the scriptural ideal, that is the prophetic teaching or what Islam says, for one wuzu it has to be around 0.66 liter. Now, that makes around 132 liter, and ultimately it's 79.2 million, which is far lesser than the modern day use. So, a fine integration of religion and science, that is sensor tape, water efficient fixtures, coupled with scriptural ideals, a substantial saving of water can be done. My recommendations are to incorporate ethical narratives into water policy communication, engage religious leaders in conversation, initiatives at all tiers from a local to even SARC level, capitalize on a present registration of mosques in Punjab. The mosques are presently registered where they are served with 24,000 each month. Incentive addition into it for this moral cause can have a substantial effect. Combine ethical engagement with scientific and institutional reforms and include in SARC policy framework. Though SARC is a very dormant organization, yet the policy framework can be included if it is activated. To conclude, faith-based ethics provide a valuable source for water governance. Shared principles across religion strengthen sustainability discourse. Integration enhances legitimacy, participation, and environmental responsibility. It must be applied critically and inclusively also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. Our last presenter is Mr. Owais Ali. Sir, the podium is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. I am going to present some of the advanced techniques which are using worldwide, and I am seeing that most of us don't know about AI, digital twins. Now companies or the world have moved toward the digital twin. Still now we are not adopted this AI technology till now. Today my topic is, and the most the person who is behind that whole study is Dr. Junaid. He is from NewTech, and on the behalf of my research team, I am here to present this whole article in front of you. The topic is hydrometeorological assessment of water budget component in Rawalpindi division. First of all, the introduction. One of the major thing, as we know that the water is going to deplete in near future. As you can see that 50% of the global population in a year, once they face this water issue. The climate has affected a lot. If you can see that 4.8 billion pupils are going to be impacted in near future. Next, where the technologies come. Here, the technologies plays an important role. We have that data if we use remote sensing, GIS, and integrate AI in that so that we can predict what is the future for that. What we are going to do here, the main objectives are calculate the water budget. The main component which comes in this domain are precipitation, evapotranspiration, runoff, soil moisture, and storage change. We are going to detect temporal effects of hydrometeorological variable using Kendall's test and sense slope estimator. And the major goal is to find the trend using some machine learning techniques like linear regression approach. Now, what is the methodology? We have 4 components, majorly precipitation, evapotranspiration, soil water, and storage change. All those are taken from a data source which is free of cost. It's ERA 5, land post-processed daily statistic data. And the other one is runoff, which is generated by SCN-CN method. And the processing environment which we have used are Google Earth Engine, ArcMap, and last one is MXXL. The first of all, our study area, as the major, I am covering the Rawalpindi division here. The regions, the district which came here are Attak, Rawalpindi, Chakwal, and Jhelum. Evapotranspiration, we have seen that 93.88 precipitation has been again evaporated in the environment. For the monsoon seasonality, you can see that June and September contribute 47% of annual distribution, which has plus 2.531 millimeter per month, whereas pre-monsoon has shown a serious concern that the rainfall has decreased up till to 40.03 millimeter. The runoff trend, the soil moisture, intravariability all shows that the precipitation pattern has already changed. And the water budgeting, which is the major AI technique which is used here, that how we are going to predict for the future, we can see here that the storage, the runoff, the evapotranspiration, all are going to increase in near future due to this climate change factor. Here you can see some of the visualization done on the basis of that statistical data that the Rawalpindi division, in the Rawalpindi division, the Rawalpindi area is majorly affected by those all conditions. Now the conclusion again point out those things that evapotranspiration is the major factor which are not going to store or recharge our underground resources which are to be, you can say that, recharged. Next, the ML, machine learning, AI techniques are the most advanced techniques now which we can use for the prediction of our all hydroclimatic factors. Next, as we can see that in 2016 there was a drought which was greater than 60% variability of rainfall there, which was also analyzed here. We have to focus on water harvesting techniques, which are the techniques which are going to preserve our underground water and which is to be checked along. The recommendation, these recommendations, I would focus towards the students, academia persons, that they must combine their researches with the international lecturers, international universities, that what are the practices which are taken worldwide. One of the doctor which is presented here, Dr. Parveen Kaur, she talked about the machine learning, AI, as well as the digital twins. The latest technology which developed organizations now are using is digital twin. They are controlling the whole environment using those IoT sensor and virtually checking and managing each of their assets. But in Pakistan, still now, AI is a challenge to teach the pupil, to teach the governance, to teach the students that this is the major goal which you have to achieve, and the persons who survive in the field which moves with the latest technology instead of that old researches. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this comprehensive presentation. Now I will hand over the session to Dr. Asia Mukhtar to give her concluding remarks on today's session. The stage is yours, ma'am.
थैंक यू सो मच. कितना टाइम है मेरे पास, पहले मुझे ये बता दें. उसके मुताबिक ही बात करूँगी. 3 मिनट्स, ये तो बड़ी बेइंसाफ़ी है. मतलब जो 1 घंटा सुन रहा है वो बोले 3 मिनट. चलें, फॉर्मली शुरू करती हूँ. कोशिश करूँगी कि मैं 3 मिनट लूँ, लेकिन फिर 3 से ज़्यादा भी हो सकता है. Formally, thank you so much, Dr. Saab. Thank you so much, Minhaj, for inviting me. Thank you so much, Dr. Osma. Acha, first I will just describe very briefly the domain of today's topic. I mean, the story starts with the nature. Environment is byproduct of nature. Everyone will agree with that. I mean, and in the environment, we were actually discussing water. And the water, since the beginning, makes the entire humanity selfish and strategic. That's the reality that we know. All big civilizations, they survive and they thrive on the banks of water, whether it was Yellow River or Nile or Euphrates or the Indus or the Great Ganges. I mean, we agree to that. And then energy is the byproduct of water. We know it, mainly byproduct of water. And then energy, the industry is byproduct of, water. The story is now linking up, na? I mean, nature se shuru hoti hai, story link up hoti hai. Then industry. I mean, it gives us two things. One is production and other is profit. Production and profit. Production, again, two things. Raw material and industrial waste. Here comes the selfishness again. We have taken product, we forget raw material. There comes the story of pollution everywhere. And now we are discussing water pollution. Everywhere. In water, in air, in the environment, everywhere. Then the one selfishness. The story starts from 16th and 17th century, industrialization. After few centuries, we have seen our air, our water, everything, all filled with poison, isn't it? That's the domain we are discussing. And then, again, we are in need of technology to do two things, either recycling or diffuse this waste. That was the domain of today. So this is the domain. I mean, each step is the vista of research. And we have seen on each step, we have seen the papers. And now this was the main thing. I think I haven't taken 1 minute. Now, rest of the 2 minutes. So I will discuss papers. So I will try to conclude things in 3 to 5 minutes. I mean, paper 1 was all technology. CQDs were discussed by Ms. Dr. Shumaila Latif. I mean, all technology, it was all discussed very fine, but the practical implications, I mean, the thing that is pertaining to all, that should be, discussed, very beautifully discussed. And then we will come to the paper number 2. That was by Dr. Parveen Kaur from Malaysia, very nicely presented. And one thing that was that should be included, that the question of ethics with AI and technology. When we are, discussing all these things, artificial intelligence and water management, application benefits and governance challenge, governance, and then ethics. Ethics is one very important thing. And the paper number 3, literature, very novel thing. Literature, what we feel, the common man, how and what a common man feels. And 1962-2022 literature. Few literary works were taken up and, discussion was made. Yes, they brought technology to all the areas, the Britishers, wherever they came, they ruled, they brought technology. They miss out on so many things, yes. But then again, the common man, what they skipped, we will discuss on the second last paper, the thing, we will combine this discussion with the religion thing. And then come the paper number 4, the Balochistan issue, very pertinent, very valid. And then the Global Plastic Treaty was missed out. Global Plastic Treaty is very important wherever we discuss plastic. And then paper number 5 was related to sea. Whenever we will discuss sea and international law, and we know the international law, how much it is binding. It is not binding on the states. It's the responsibility of state to take the international waters seriously. Here come the Arctic shipping routes. That was missing. Arctic shipping routes that are enhancing the responsibilities of the sea. Then comes the paper number 6, very, very interesting. Islam and the wuzu. Wuzu was not to, it was for the preparedness of the salah. It was not to wash out our all sins. I mean, 1 glass is enough. 250 ml was enough to prepare for the salah. And we use it to just wash all of our sins. ये बताना पड़ेगा कि 5 गैलन पानी में सारे गुनाह नहीं बह जाते. एक वज़ू के लिए 5 गैलन पानी इस्तेमाल करना ज़रूरी नहीं है. This is just to prepare. And then tayammum is also there. So just branding Islam that it is wasting all of the water is not fine. And then recycling, processing plants are also there. हर मस्जिद के ऊपर लग सकता है. अगर 6000 मस्जिदें हैं तो छोटे मोटे reprocessing plants भी लग सकते हैं. Recycling plants भी लग सकते हैं. So wuzu was for the preparedness. It was not for washing all the sins. I mean, I'm not Maulana thing, so I think I had only this logic. And it's not religious, it's not secular, it's just logical. I hope it's right. And here I will combine literature as well, the ethics. With all research aside, with all technology aside, there comes one thing, that is your conscience, our zamir. How we flaunt the bounties of Allah. This is one point of concern. We eat and keep on eating. The same we do with water. We use and we keep on using. We waste, we waste, we waste everything, while we know we are answerable for whatever we use. So all the pollution, yes, technology is responsible. We have not recycled it. Recycling plants are necessary with every industrial unit, yes, right. But one responsibility, aren't we responsible for whatever we do at our homes, in our streets, in our cities, in our countries? So this is one little thought for today. Every paper was beautiful. Every effort was beautiful. This entire gathering is beautiful. The thoughts are beautiful. But one very important lesson is the lesson of responsibility. So we will just take it along. 3 minutes ho gaye? Thank you so much for listening me and bearing with me. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are truly grateful to you for sharing your knowledge with us today. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers for sharing such insightful perspectives and thought-provoking ideas. I would request all the speakers to remain seated on stage. With that, now I hand over the podium to Ms. Tuba Khanam.
Thank you, Ms. Umaiman, for that successful conduct of technical session 2. As we draw the academic proceedings of day 1 towards conclusion, I invite Dr. Uzma Nas, Head School of International Relations, Minhaj University, Lahore, to summarize the proceedings of day 1 for you all.
Thank you very much, Tuba. Assalamu alaikum and good noon. And hopefully everyone is sitting here. It is not tired. It was a very heavy academic discourse. So I will not take much time, it is only 2-3 minutes. So come to the today discussions. Honorable Vice Chancellor, if you allow me, and the University Leadership and Management, distinguished guests and the honorable speakers, respected faculty members, and all other dear participants. As we come to the closure of the first day of the 4th International Maritime Conference 2026, I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for contributing to a truly engaging and intellectually enriching day. Today's discussion under the theme Water for the Future, Navigating the Green and Blue Economy Through Sustainable Water Conservation have highlighted a critical reality. Water is no longer a resource. It is a strategic, environmental, economic, and human security high concern as well. So our keynote speakers provided valuable perspective linking governance, sustainability, and maritime futures. The technical session further deepened this understanding as well. During technical session 1, we explored pressing maritime challenges that highlighted the ship source pollution, biodiversity, governance, maritime law, climate impacts, and environmental risks. It was the topics for the first session. These discussions reminded us that oceans and are waterways, and they are deeply interconnected with global stability and sustainable development. They are not only waterways, they are deeply interconnected with the global stability and sustainable development as well. During the second session, technical session, we shifted our focus towards urban water management, smart technologies we discussed here, artificial intelligence, water quality innovations, and climate-related vulnerabilities. The diversity of research presented here between our 5 presenters today, it demonstrated how science, policy, technology must work together to address emerging water challenges in the globe. What stands out most from today is the interdisciplinary convergence. This is the most beautiful thing of the day, that it was the interdisciplinary convergence, law, policy, environmental science, technology, and governance, all pointing towards one conclusion, and that is sustainable water management is central to both the green and the blue economy. This conference is important not merely for academic exchange, but for shaping ideas that influence policy, thinking, institutional responses, and future research agendas as well. I sincerely express my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed keynote speakers and session chairs, our dedicated organizers and student volunteers, all researchers and presenters as well, and every participant whose presence enriched the dialogue and this discourse. Your insights, questions, and engagements are what make such gathering meaningful. As we conclude today's discussion and proceedings of the conference, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, critical inquiry, and shared responsibility that defined this day, that we set here at this day. We look forward to your continued participation in the tomorrow's sessions as well. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and inspiring continuation of the conference for the day 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Uzma, for your gracious remarks. We shall now commence the souvenir distribution ceremony. May I request the worthy Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, Director Crema, to kindly proceed to the stage for the presentation of souvenirs to the distinguished presenters of Technical Session 2. I request Dr. Asia Mukhtar to please join on the front as well. The first shield of appreciation goes to Mr. Mohammad Hanif, MPhil Scholar, School of International Relations, Minhaj University, Lahore. Next, Dr. Shumaila Latif, Assistant Professor, School of Chemistry, University of the Punjab, Lahore. A round of applause, please. Next, Mr. Awais Ali, Chief Operational Officer, AI GeoNavigators Private Limited, Islamabad. Ms. Zainab Arshad, MPhil Scholar, Government College University, Lahore. Next, Mr. Nadeem Abbas Roy, PhD Scholar, School of Political Sciences, Minhaj University, Lahore. In the end, our session chair, Dr. Asia Mukhtar, Assistant Professor, Kinnaird College for Women, Lahore. The members of Technical Session 2 are requested to please join for a memorable group photograph. Members of the Technical Session 2 are requested to please take your seats. We now take this opportunity to present shields of appreciation to our dedicated team members and esteemed faculty whose strategic guidance, operational leadership, and unwavering commitment have been pivotal in delivering this conference with distinction. I request Dr. Shabnam Gul to please join on the stage. I request Dr. Asia Mukhtar to also please join. The first shield of appreciation goes to Dr. Sundas Akhtar, convener of the Registration Committee and Associate Professor, School of Zoology. Dr. Sundas, please receive your shield if you are here. Next, Dr. Syed Noman Ali Shah, Assistant Professor, School of IR. Next, Dr. Uzma Naz, member of the Conference Secretariat Committee, Head, School of International Relations. Next, Dr. Amir Hayat, convener of the Hall Management Committee and head of the School of Sociology, Criminology, and Criminal Justice System. Dr. Sajjad Ali, Assistant Professor, School of International Relations. Next, Dr. Zunia Naseeb, member of the Best Paper Selection Committee and Assistant Professor, School of International Relations. The last shield shall be presented to Mr. Shahzeb Khalil, PA to the Vice Chancellor. We have another shield for Dr. Muhammad Tayyab, convener of the Guest Invitation, Reception and Protocol Committee, and head of the School of Economics. So please join us on the stage. We now turn our attention to acknowledge the students who participated and successfully completed a 3-month certification course titled Sustainable Shrimp Aquaculture from Hatchery to Harvest, a research-driven curriculum that has comprehensively addressed the shrimp value chain. To present the completion certificates to the participants, I request Director Kremer to please join. The first certificate goes to Wajiha Munir. If you are here, please receive your certificate. Wajiha Munir. Mehreen Rana. Miss Amara Latif. Zoya Zishan. Miss Bushra Kashif. Shami Ambreen. Mariam Fazal. Fatima Zahra. Alina Razak. And Kinza Salamat. After that, shield to our faculty member, Dr. Sundar Sakhtar, convener of the Registration Committee and Associate Professor, School of Zoology. After review, the paper selection committee has decided on 2 papers, the authors of which shall be presented with Best Paper Awards. The first Best Paper Award shall be presented to Syed Haider Ali, PhD Scholar, Political Sciences, University of Gujarat. The next Best Paper Award goes to Dr. Saira Dar. We are honored to present shields of appreciation to our stage coordinators in recognition of their meticulous planning, seamless execution, and unwavering dedication in ensuring the smooth flow of this conference. For successful conduct of Technical Session 1, the shield of appreciation shall be presented to Mr. Walid Ahmed Chima. For seamlessly conducting Technical Session 2, the Shield of Appreciation shall be awarded to Ms. Umme Eman. In the end, a token of appreciation for our State Secretary, yours truly, who kept the script tight, the speakers on cue, and the panic contained. Our respected guests are again invited to visit the poster presentations at Dr. Tahir Alauddin Qadri Hall, where emerging scholars will showcase their research contributions. After that, you're all requested to please visit the stalls at Ibn Sina lawn, right next to the cafe. All the guests, presenters, chief guests, or whoever is available here, please join on the stage for a memorable group photograph. Lunch of the guests is arranged on the ground floor of the Freshman Cafe, and for our participants, it is arranged on the second and third floor of the same building. With this, the formal proceedings of Day 1 of the 4th International Maritime Conference now conclude. We extend our sincere appreciation for your presence and engagement and look forward to your continued participation tomorrow for Day 2, which shall begin at 9 a.m. at Al-Farabi Auditorium, Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. I bid you all thank you and Allah Hafiz.
Our study is basically about the sea as a symbol of struggle in Moby Dick. Moby Dick is a novel written by Herman Melville, and he is basically constructing how maritime consciousness is introduced in Moby Dick by narrative structure, language, and metaphors.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I'm doing my MPhil. My name is Zunaira Shaukat, and I'm doing my MPhil from Minhaj University, Lahore, School of International Relations. My poster presentation titled Urban Water Pollution from Industrial and Agricultural Sources, a Warning for Lahore and Karachi. It is to identify that we are facing a lot of environmental issues because approximately 540 to 650 million gallon per day of untreated municipal water is directly running off in Ravi River and Karachi through Malir and Liari rivers directly in Arabian Sea.
Assalamu alaikum. So my name is Muhammad Bilal and I am student of short course Blue Economy Fundamentals. Basically the subject of my assessment is plastic pollution, climate stress and marine biodiversity. In introduction, marine ecosystems are facing dual threats: plastic pollution and climate change. Single-use plastics, microplastics and industrial waste accumulate in oceans.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you so much. Ahmed, please. Assalamu alaikum, sir. My name is Muhammad Ahmed and I am student of MPhil International Relations at Minhaj University, Lahore. And my topic of poster is From Littoral Promise to Arid Reality, Rethinking Pakistan Blue Green Economy for Sustainable Water Conservation in Thar Parker. Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. Please pass the mic. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Amna and I'm an MPhil IA student at Department of Political Science, University of the Punjab. The topic of my poster is Prospect of Hong Kong Convention Adoption for Sustainable Shipbreaking, a case study of Gadani Shipyard.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Mehreen and I'm the student of MPhil Zoology from Minhaj University, and I am working on the theme that is navigating the green and blue economy through sustainable water conservation, as it requires a strategic management of freshwater resources, staving up the impacts of climate change, over extraction and pollution. Its approach promotes efficient water conservation practices aligned with the broader goals of sustainable economic growth. The green economy focuses on the supporting business practices that promote environmental sustainability, while the blue economy emphasizes the sustainable use of water resources, ensuring a resilient and balanced approach to the water conservation.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zoya Ihsan and I'm also a student of MPhil Zoology from Minhaj University. My actual theme and the topic is Water for the Future, Navigating the Green and the Blue Economy through the Sustainable Water Conservation. My main objective is to demonstrate how water conservation acts as a central mechanism for the blue as well as green economy. And the second is water sustainable is not an optional, it is a necessity of today.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Wajiha Munir and I am doing my MPhil Zoology from Minhaj University, Lahore, and my topic of presentation is Water for the Future. And the main objectives of my study are to analyze the importance of water sustainability in supporting the blue and green economy. It will also help analyzing the previous policies that have been discussed and introduced in Pakistan. So 4 approaches were introduced. We will do field surveys and we will do data analysis and we will do policy reviews and previous technologies that we have done.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Bushra Kashyap. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Bushra Kashyap. I am MPhil Zoology student. Today I am presenting my poster on a global water crisis, awareness and action. It divided into 2 topics: Save Water Today, Secure Life Tomorrow, Sustainable Water Conservation.
Assalamu sir, here is Mohammad Azam, student of International Relations at Minhaj University, Lahore. My research topic is improving the human development index of coastal communities, linking the blue economy and human development. As we know that blue economy has a vast potential to revolutionize the economies of the developing countries. But question is, are you still benefiting the full potential of blue economy? There are multiple obstacles and reasons, but one of the more finding of my research is that the non-development of coastal communities is one of the basic hurdle between the utilization of blue economy. So if we work on the education, health and income of the coastal communities, we can fully get benefit from the potential of the blue economy. And it can also, thank you so much.
Okay.
cut कर दो